Sweet Valley are playing with a score on 12-0 after 1 over. Just to let everyone know how today is going to work, the team batting first bats their innings and then the game swaps. It's just to speed the game up so that we get through the innings as quickly as possible. And that's a good catch. Each wicket is -4 runs, which it makes it a bit more interesting. All wides and no balls are +4 runs. Bergvliet played the first game against Sun Valley. They scored 62, and in comes a new Redden batsman with their score on 8. We are going to get the batsman's name now. Andrew, batsman name? Andrew, batsman?
These three there. Is that three? Yeah. Like that on top. Afternoon everybody. Welcome to Bergvliet Primary's 6-a-side under 13 division. Currently on the go, we have Sweet Valley against Rhythm. Rhythm is batting at this point in time, and there could be a mix-up. And shouting keepers in, and he's safe. He didn't take the bells off. At this point in time, this is the second game. The first game, Bergvliet was up against Sun Valley. Bergvliet scored a total of 62 in the allotted 5 overs. As the format of the tournament works, you complete your 5 overs as a batting side, and then another game starts, and they bat their 5 overs, and then the game that was first is then concluded after the team that is playing. So it's a 5 over format, 15 minutes to bowl your 5 overs. It's a 5-meter run-up limit, so it's quick and fast format of the game. Bowler runs in, bowls short, pulls it towards the leg side, and it's a misfield, and it goes over the rope for another boundary to Rhythm. Currently the score at this point in time, score currently is 8, and this is the 4th over. When you lose a wicket, interesting to know, it's 4 runs that is lost off your total. So Rhythm have lost a few wickets, and therefore they've lost 3 wickets. In fact, they've lost 12 runs, so their score is currently on 8. Bowler bowls again. It's a miss by the keeper, and they're going to come through for a bye. 1 bye to Rhythm's total. And we're starting the 5th over, the final over for Rhythm's batting, and the final over for Sweet Valley in the field. It's a new bowler. It's bowling from the lawn bowls end, tennis court end. Comes in, bowls, and it's a big swing, but he makes no contact. Is he out of his crease? Umpire says no, he's safe. 12 at this present point in time, and 5 balls to go in the Rhythm innings. Sweet Valley rushing through their overs to get it concluded. Bowler's at the top of the mark, runs in, and he bowls. It's a short ball, it's pulled towards the leg side. Fielder's going to come around, and they're only taking 1 run added to the score. Good fielding by the fielder at the square leg boundary. Remember, only 4 guys in the field, 1 bowler and a wicket keeper, 6 players on the field. And he's bowled him, he's cleaned him up. And that's another wicket for Rhythm, and that means they lose 4 more runs to the overall total. Another dot ball, and 2 balls to conclude the Rhythm innings, and the score is on 9. So 2 balls remaining, and then we have another fixture that will conclude, which is the first one, which is Bergvliet against Sun Valley. Short ball, pulls, and it goes toward a short, fine leg. Keeper does the fielding, and it's the final ball of the Rhythm innings. It's a wide. Wide is also 4 runs that's added to the total. It's not an extra ball, but it's just 4 runs added to the total. So this is the final ball, in fact. It's going to be bowled in the Rhythm innings. And the bowler at the top of his mark runs in, bowls. It's a full toss. It's worked towards the leg side area. They're running hard, but they'll only get 1. And that will conclude the Rhythm innings at the crease. Rhythm got 15 runs in their 5 overs, so it will be a small target for Sweet Valley to chase down. And now we'll have Sun Valley coming in, and Bergvliet will be in the field. Remember, just to remind you, Bergvliet scored 62, and they are needing to defend that 62 in their 5 overs against Sun Valley. So Luke Dirksen is on strike for the left-hander for Sun Valley, and Mateo Keat is going to open the bowling. And Callum Roll is on the other side on the non-strikers end. Mateo runs in, bowls to Luke, has a big swing, and he's missed it. He's cleaned up. First ball wicket for Bergvliet, and that puts Sun Valley immediately under pressure because they lose 4 runs for every wicket that they lose. So currently they're on -4, chasing 63 as a total. New batter for Sun Valley is Noah French as he comes to the wicket. Another left-hander, looks like it. No, right-hander. Noah French, and Mateo on the top of his mark. He started his 6-over tournament perfectly with his first ball being a wicket, and he's getting his field right, just adjusting the guys on the leg side. There's a guy at cow corner in front of the cooling towers scoreboard, and a guy on square. Mateo in bowls, and it's a good ball. It's a dot ball. And that's the second ball of the first over. And he's nicked it. It's gone fine. There's nobody down there. It's going to run away to the car park. And it's 4 runs to Sun Valley. And they are now on 0 at this present point in time. After 4 balls being bowled. Remember to remind you, 6 aside. 5 overs, there's a limit to your run up, also 5 meters. So there's only 4 fielders out there, and a wicket keeper and a bowler. And it is 6 overs, 5 overs, 6 ball overs, but the wides and the no balls are 4 runs. Mateo in again.
No, other way.
And bowls. And it's going towards a short third man. And it's good fielding on the boundary, puts in the dive, gets the throw in. And they come around for 2. Good fielding by Eli Corker, looks like it on that boundary. Joshua. Good fielding. Cohen Joshua, sorry, apologies. Good fielding by Cohen. And the final ball of the first over. 2 balls to go. And it's a dot ball. Final ball of the first over. 2 runs on the board for Sun Valley. Remember, they're chasing 63. Bowls. It's cut away. It's running down towards the boundary. It's going out there. Puts in the dive. Good fielding. Good throw. It comes in. Batter must hurry, and he's short of his ground. Another wicket to Bergvliet. The batsman's not happy. He put in the dive, but the fielding was excellent from Cohen. Good throw over the stumps. The keeper had not much to do. He just caught it cleanly and took the bells off. So another 4 runs lost for Sun Valley. An excellent start for Bergvliet to this defense of 62. New bowler for Bergvliet, second over, it's Kian Hendricks. He's at the top of his mark and he's ready to go, waiting on the batter. Kian Hendricks, ready. Batsman faces up. Kian runs in, bowls. But a flight, short and wide, tries to cut it, but he misses it. So a dot ball. Some support from the boundary there for Kian. Boys are enjoying themselves out here in the field. After this superb start, they had 2 wickets they got in the first over. Kian in again, bowls. Tries to cut again. Struggling with the spin. Looks like he's taking a bit of turn out there. He's tried to cut it, but he's missed 2 opportunities to score. Kian back on top of his mark. Runs in again. Bowls. Pulls it towards the leg side boundary. Excellent fielding again by Bergvliet. Only 1 run to the score. And we're at the halfway point of the second over. And the boys are arriving for the next game already. Everybody excited to be out here. Beautiful day, not too hot, but a cloud cover. But excellent day for cricket. Runs in, bowls, short, pulled away towards the leg side. Again, good fielding on the boundary by Josh this time, looks like it. Good throw. Excellent fielding. Mr. KW should be very happy with the start of the Bergvliet boys in the field. They've been working hard in the week, and it looks like their fielding is... Oh, and I just put the mockers on him. Keeper's missed it. It's running away. It's going to be a teaser. He saves it. Excellent effort. Excellent effort. 2 byes. And the throw comes in. 2 byes. 4 byes. Sorry, apologies. 4 byes. Final ball of the over. No ball. And that's 4 runs that's added to the score. And that concludes the over. 4 runs added to the total. So that concludes the over, but remember it's still a free hit. That concludes the over, and now it's 8 runs on the board, chasing 63, and we're about to start the 3rd over. Blake Jacobs in, bowls his start to the dot ball, more spin for Sun Valley, and it's going to be trial by spin for them it seems. They're going to have to face up here to the spinners from Bergvliet. It's 8 and it's the 3rd over. That was a free hit by the way, that he didn't cash in on. And again, some flight and some turn from Blake Jacobs, and it's another dot ball. And Sun Valley really, if they want to get this target, they're going to need a couple of boundaries. Blake Jacobs is confident at the top of his mark, runs in, bowls, again good flight, and it's missed again. He's getting it above the batsman's eye level, and the batsman is all at sea against the spin bowling of Blake Jacobs. Blake again, adjusting his field slightly, runs in, bowls, more flight, played towards the leg side. Again, excellent fielding on the boundary by Josh, good throw, and they were looking for an extra run, but it wasn't there. Excellent fielding, excellent start by Bergvliet. 9 runs only for Sun Valley, chasing a big total of 63. Blake again in, bowls, and he's connected cleanly. It's gone down the ground, and it's gone for 4 runs. Good shot, and it's a much needed boundary to Sun Valley's total. They move on to 13, chasing the target of 63. This is the 3rd over, and it's a 5 over game. 1 over to go after the 1 ball to go, sorry. Pulled away, and this one might run away for 4, and it does. Again, another boundary for Sun Valley, and they move to 17, and that concludes the 3rd over. 2 overs to go, and this is a 5 over game where you have to limit your run up to 5 meters, where the no balls and wides are 4 runs. So we're going to remind you as often as we can, just so that you can familiarize yourself with the rules of the 6-a-side tournament. And it's Cohen Joshua who's coming into bowl, and he runs in, bowls, and it's up in the air. It lands safely. The batsman's running hard. He's looking for 2, but there isn't 2 there. It's only 1. Again, excellent fielding. We've said this early on as well. But Bergvliet's really been superb in the field in their first game. And it's a top edge. He's gone over leg side. There's nobody down there. It's going to run away for a boundary. It's needed for Sun Valley. There's some support that's come through for Sun Valley by their parents. They believe still that this target is achievable with a big over here, that they can get it. And the parents have belief. I'm sure the boys do as well. Cohen in again at the top of his mark. He's ready to come in. He bowls. And no appeal from anybody. Keeper has it. The shout is hold it. They'll take the leg by. It's not going to hurt them too much. It's 23. And this is the 4th over as mentioned. Going in again. Bowls. Batsman looks to go leg side again. Superb fielding once again on the boundary. Keeps it down to 1. Score 24. So Sun Valley needing another 39 with the remaining balls to get their target of 63. Bergvliet looking good and looking on top. Pull towards the leg side by 6 to 2 fielders, but beautifully done. And it comes in by Mateo Keith, standing maybe cow corner you can call him, mid on boundary. And he's cut it down to only 1 run. The last ball of the 4th over, and it's 25 on the board to Sun Valley. And that looks like it could be wide. Yes, it is. And the extra run. So that adds 5 to the total of Sun Valley, and they move on to 30. And the last over is to commence. 33 needed to win the game. Final over. Joshua bowling, 33 needed off 6 balls. So your maths and my maths, it's a minimum of a boundary every ball. At least a couple of 6s that is needed. Joshua bowls. And he cleans him up. It's another wicket. It makes the toss so much harder now for Sun Valley, because reminder, they lose 4 runs at every wicket that falls. So Bergvliet, by taking wickets, is actually making sure that they are putting themselves in a good position to win this game and to start the day with a W. So superb bowling, and that is a wicket by Josh. So 5 balls to go, 37 to win. So if he hits 6 sixes, we'll have a super over. And reminded about what happened in the South African game when it was a double super over. I don't think I've ever seen it in my life. There he goes, cuts it away towards the third man sweeper area. And it's again only 1 run, gets the ball in. It's 4 balls to go and 36 to win. So mathematically impossible for Sun Valley at this point in time. Joshua bowls. And it's straight back at him. Excellent fielding of his bowling. And I think in the post-match chat by Mr. KW will mention to the boys that their fielding has really been superb. And he bowls. And umpire says that's a good ball. In this format of the game, you can't be leaving the ball. You have to play a shot to ball here to make sure you keep your team in and the scoreboard ticking over. 2 balls to go to conclude the game. And he runs in again. Josh bowls, and it's again straight back to the bowler. He's got a bit of hand to it. 1 run added, 28 on the board with 1 ball to conclude the game, and then we'll have the conclusion of Redham and Sweet Valley. Reminder, games are run concurrently, and that's another dot ball. So that sums up the innings, and it's a conclusive win for Bergvliet in their first game. Congratulations, Bergvliet. A 34-run win. So now we'll have the conclusion of the Redham and Sun Valley game, and immediately following that, the game between Sun Valley and Bergvliet will take place, and then Sweet Valley and Redham as well. So as I mentioned, we start 1 innings, we conclude the innings, we start another game again with a new innings as well. So here we have Sweet Valley coming into bat, and their target is 16 that they need to get in their 5 overs, but Remember, if Redham can take a few wickets, that target would seem a bit higher than the required 16. It's 4 runs for every wicket that is conceded. So Sweet Valley needing 16 to win in their 5 overs. Bowler runs in, and it's chipped towards the leg side boundary. Fielder comes around, it's only 1 run, so Sweet Valley underway in the chase of 16, and that's their first run. They're looking. Yes, sloppy from Redham, and he has a go, but it's 2 runs, so that extra run moves the total to 2, which should have been only 1, and it's the second run that is obtained because of a misfield. So Redham really needs to be on it on a small target. They really need to make sure that their fielding is on point, as with the previous game, what we witnessed. Again, play towards the leg side, picked up by the square leg fielder, and he holds on to it. He doesn't want to have a throw here because he might concede an extra run. So 3 on the board after 2 balls. The new batter takes strike, and he asks for his guard from the umpire, and he's ready to go. Cut away short and wide, and it's going to run away down there to the Bergvliet area of the field with their gazebo, and that's 4 runs added to the score. And I happen to know the square leg umpire, Mr. Eli. He's here as well in his yellow socks, looking dapper, and he must be very happy because his team is chasing a small target in this first game. And that 4 takes the score to. Played on the offside. Sensible cricket. They're running hard. They're looking for 2, but it's only the 1 that's added to the score. Eight runs on the board in the first over. And it's a nice conventional cricket shot being played to the mid of boundary, picked up by the fielder and in. And that's 1 more run added. That's 9, I believe, the total at this present point in time. And it's run away here down to the fine leg area. It's going to be a teaser for the keeper. Is he going to make it? No, the ball wins the race. 4 runs added to the total, and that takes them to 13 at the conclusion of the first over. Second over, bowls played towards the offside, and it's 1 run added. Slight fumble, but they won't get an extra run. $14 on the board for the second ball of this second over. Bowler runs in, bowls, and it's played with soft hands. The non-striker was looking for 1, but striking batsman said, not worth it. We don't want to lose 4 runs for a run out that's not needed. So bowler runs in again. Third ball of the over. Bowls short, cut away, running down towards the third man area. Wicket keepers after it. They're coming back for 2. There's no one at the stumps. He goes to the bowler's end, and it's 2 runs added to the total. So remember, they have to complete the game because there's the factor of -4 wickets. So they continue and they'll play the overs out. And Sun Valley Sweet Valley, just by playing sensible cricket, could see it out here. Bowler runs in, bowls again, cut away. More work to do for the keeper. He's lost the one glove so that he can make sure his throw's good. He goes again towards the bowler's end, and there's 2 runs added to the total. Batsmen are going to just come to the middle just to make sure that they that's the batsman swapping ends, apologies. So the batsman changing ends at the conclusion of the over. We bowl all our overs from the one end. All of the overs will be bowled from the tennis court's squash court end, and that's how we complete the innings. Bowler bowls, superb shot over cover, and it goes all the way over the mid of fence, and it goes for 6 towards the net area, and another maximum for the day at the Bergvliet under 13 six-a-side tournament. Bowler runs in, bowls, and again beautiful shot through the offside, and they say in the classic, save your legs, is the ball bisects the fielders, and it's 4 runs. So 10 off the 2 for the start of the third over, and our score currently is 28, sorry. Cuts away for 4 down to the third man region, and another boundary in the third over should take the score to 32 for Sweet Valley, and they're piling on the runs here. Redham got 15, but we have to conclude our overs as mentioned because it's 4 runs a wicket. If you lose a wicket, you lose 4 runs to your total. Bowler bowls again, it's wide, keeper misses it, it's going to run away for another boundary, and it's 4 byes, and that takes the score to 36. Tafi Eli coming towards Mr. KW, coming just to confirm that his team is batting out the 5 overs, and it's all about the net run rate here at the end of the day. We have this opportunity to go through some of the rules again for you, and just to let you know that if a team is playing 6-a-side and for a win it is 3 points for a win, and it's 2 points for a loss by less than 10 runs or by 1 wicket, and you get 1 point if it happens to be a tie. So that is just how the point system works. Bowler runs in again, and batsman says no, I'll give the non-striker an opportunity to face a couple of balls, and they're going to swap ends. Okay, so the tournament director has worked out that mathematically Sun Valley cannot lose this game, so the game is concluded, and Sun Valley also win, and they have a W towards their name. So Bergvliet with 1 win against Sun Valley, and Sweet Valley with a win against Redham are the 2 victorious sides in the first game. So now a quick turnaround. It's Kentridge against Sweet Valley. We'll start the game against Redham, sorry. Kentridge against Redham, and it looks like Redham stays on the field just to save some time, and Kentridge batters are walking out to the middle. They're coming from the gazebo. You'll see it there, Kentridge Large School, Kentridge Primary in the green, and the batters are coming out to bat, and Redham really needs to polish up their performance from their first game, and the coach will have had a nice word to them to say that first game is behind us now. We have another opportunity to get a win for the day, and most importantly enjoy ourselves at this 6-a-side tournament being hosted by Bergvliet Primary. So to open the bowling for Rhythm is Jordan and Andre on strike for Kenridge. So Jordan, you'll pick him out for the day. He's got the orange boots on. It'll be easy to pick out in the field as well with his orange boots. So thank you, Jordan, for wearing those orange boots so that we can pick you out cleanly. And Andre plays a shot to a short third man. They're looking for two. He's running hard. And he comes back. The ball goes to the bowler's end. But 2 runs to start the Kenridge innings. Andre on strike for Kenridge, and Jordan with the ball comes in, bowls. It's again short. It's played towards the short third man. It's work to do for the keeper, but the ball's going to win the race. That's the first boundary in the Kenridge innings, and they move on to 6 after the first 2 balls. Both of the scoring shots have come on the offside, both towards the third man area. And Mr. Roda has brought in the beats as well, and this is the cricket that we have today, with some good music, some good commentary, and some good visuals, courtesy of Core Media, doing a superb job here at the Bergvliet 6-a-side. Jordan with the ball, it's full, it's played back towards him. He's some good fielding of his own bowling, a valuable dot ball, and that is the 3rd ball of the first over. Reminder, the score is on 6, and it is a 5-over innings. It's full, it's not a no ball, but it's a boundary. And it's the 2nd boundary for the Kenridge innings. It's 10 on the scoreboard at this present point in time. The sun peeks his head out just to make sure that cricket can continue for the day. And Jordan at the top of his mark, runs in, bowls, and some good flight, but it's run down towards the mid-off boundary. And it's 1 more run to the total. It's 11 without loss, and it should be 1 ball to conclude the first over. Pierre on strike for Kenridge. He's facing his first ball from Jordan. Jordan runs in, bowls, and Pierre plays it off the back foot towards the mid-off boundary again, and that should be 1 run to conclude the first over. Kenridge Primary 12 without loss. New bowler for Rhythm is Matthew. Matthew will commence the 2nd over. Matthew bowls, and it's a good ball. It's a dot ball. It's a valuable dot ball, and a good start by Matthew. His first ball being a dot ball. Short, pulled away, and it's 1 bounce 4. That's the 3rd boundary for the Kenridge innings. So a much needed boundary. The score at this present point in time is 16 without loss, and we are halfway in the 2nd over. And he looks to go huge, and that's the maximum all the way. The first 6 for the Kenridge innings. Some good support there from the Kenridge players on the side, and that's the first 6 of the day for Kenridge Primary. Matthew in again, bowls short, cut away to the offside. They're only going to get 1. As long as the scoreboard is ticking over, the coach or educator or teacher for Cambridge, they'll be very happy as long as they're ticking over the scoreboard every single ball. Matthew should be 1 ball left to conclude his first over. 2 balls to go, sorry. And he bowls, and it's short again towards the leg side. It's only going to be 1 run added. Last ball of the second over for Rhythm. Matthew bowls, cuts away again to the mid of boundary. Only 1 run. And that concludes the second over. 25 on the scoreboard for Kenridge. Keaton into the attack to start the third over for Rhythm. Keaton runs in, bowls, and batsman plays the ball towards the mid-on boundary, and there's those orange boots. It's Jordan who does the fielding, and it's only 1 run added to the score. Keaton again bowls, cut away, and the ball is going to run away towards the Kenridge primary gazebo for another boundary. And Rhythm is very flat in the field. They're really going to need to up the intensity in the field. They're conceding boundaries and they are flat in the field. They need to lift themselves in this short format. 30 balls, you need to really bring good energy in those 30 balls. Bowler bowls again. There we go. That's more like it. Good ball and a much needed dot ball. Pulled away towards the leg side boundary by 6 the fielders. It's another boundary to Kenridge. .34 on the board for Kenridge. They haven't lost a wicket. A solid start by the openers. Remember, a batter needs to retire at 30, and he plays it back to the bowler, and a much needed dot ball. A batsman needs to retire at 30. He can come back, but only at the conclusion of all the wickets. And remember, it's the last man that can stand. He can bat on his own with somebody running with him. Another dot ball. So a good conclusion to that over, and that's the end of the third over. So they've chosen to retire their batter after the solid start. There's 2 overs to go, and the score is 34 at this point in time. Thomas coming in at number 3. Another tall, strappy lad. Looks like he could hit a nice long ball. Let's see what Thomas can do. The bowler runs into Thomas. A bit of spin. And Thomas goes short. He cuts it. Backward of square towards the third man region. And it's only 1 run added to the score. A little bit of off spin. We saw Bergvliet spinners early on bowl nicely. So spin is really good on the day. Short, and it runs away down to that boundary on the offside, and another 4 for Kenridge added to the total. Runs in, bowls, and he's a dot ball, a little bit of flight, gets the batsman excited, tries to hit it over the cover region, but he's missed it. And a valuable dot ball for it, and much needed. It's been few for them for this innings. They're needing these dot balls to restrict Kenridge. A lot of flight, and that's the key. Flight, and the batsman tries to make contact over cover, but no contact at all. Bowler at the top of his mark, runs in, and that one is flatter, but the same result. 3 consecutive dot balls to Rhythm, and that is really much needed for them. 3 consecutive dot balls in this, the third over. No run. Not putting the fielders under pressure. 4 dot balls in that over. Really, really superb over. 39 on the board now for Kendridge. Redham has pulled it back nicely in that over. And this should be the start of the final over. .39 on the board. Start of the 5th over. Kendridge really needs to get some boundaries. They lost a bit of momentum in the previous over. Batsman with a big swing. No connection. Another dot ball. That's 5 dot balls in a row for Redham. Really, coach must be happy now. They've pulled it back nicely. They've bowled 5 consecutive dot balls to Kendridge. And there he goes, downtown. And he clears the fielder at mid-on, and it goes for a much-needed maximum. 6 runs to the score. And Kendridge moves on to 45 with 4 balls to go in the final over. .45 on the board, and he tries to go downtown again, thick inside edge, but it's going to run away to the boundary. 49 on the scoreboard now, a much needed boundary for Kendridge. 49 on the scoreboard now. Kendridge will be looking to get at least 55. That will be a nice target for Redham. It will be more than 10 and over. Batsman looks to go downtown again. Goes to the mid-on region. They're running hard this time. And that's 1 run to the total. It brings up the 50 to Kendridge. So that's nicely done for them. 50 on the board. And it's cut away. It's going to run away to that offside boundary. 54. Nice way to conclude the innings, and Kendridge get 54 with, I think, 1 ball to go. They'll be looking to get a maximum, which will take them to 60. As we saw in the first game, 60 was a very competitive score, and for you to score at 12 and over, it's going to be very tough. So they'll be looking to get a maximum, but they're on 54. Last ball, and he tries. He goes. They're running hard. Fielders are not attacking the ball. And it's going to be 2. Might be more. Yes, it's going to be more than 2. It might go for 4. No, it's cut off. Are they going to come back for the 4th? No, they only take 3. That takes the total to 57 at the conclusion of Kendridge's 5 overs. And the games are coming thick and fast here. It's the start of another game, and it's Fishhook against Sun Valley at the start of a new game. And remember, just to remind you, we bat 1 innings, and then we start another game, batting another innings, just to speed up the play and to keep it interesting for the boys. A reminder, it's -4 for a wicket. It's also 4 runs for a wide, 4 runs for a no ball. It is not an extra ball. However, the next ball still becomes a free hit. So we see some good wins for Sweet Valley and Bergvliet to start the day, and this is now the commencement of Sun Valley's 2nd game and Fishhook's 1st game in the tournament. Bowler runs in, bowls, and it's a good start. The batsman leaves it. He asks the umpire, "You sure that wasn't a wide?" Umpire says no. And the bowler is Noah and Daniel's on strike. Daniel's coach at Square Leg just had a word with him to say, remember, short format, it's bat to ball. We need to tick the scoreboard over every single ball. Noah on strike again. He tries this time. It's another dot ball. Coach is also telling the keeper, you've got to come a bit closer because you don't want to be fumbling the ball if it bounces in front of you. So the keeper takes a yard or two up. Noah runs in again. Third ball of the innings. Good start by him thus far. And this one should be wide and is wide. So the first runs to Fishhook is via extras. And it's 4 of them that they get to start the innings for a wide. Not an extra ball, a reminder. So this is the 4th ball of the over. He runs in, bowls, short, tries to pull it. He's not got the timing of the wicket. He's not happy. A shake of his head. And that is the 5th ball or 4th ball of the innings. 4th ball, 2 balls to go. Bowler again at the top of his mark. Runs in, bowls. That could be a wide. No, umpire says that's good. Umpire says it's good. And there's 1 ball to go for the first over of this encounter between Sun Valley and Fishhook. It's the encounter of the school's over boys drive. Pulls it towards the leg side. And some good fielding on the mid-on boundary. Left arm, throws it in. Bowler backs it up nicely. And I think Sun Valley will be happy with that over for their first over that is concluded. So 5 on the board at the conclusion of that first over. And remember, there was 1 wide. So 4 runs of that 5 was via extras. So a good start for Sun Valley. And the bowler, when he shades, looks like a spinner. And remember, the teams are also using the same ball for the whole game. So they won't be changing a new ball every single game. What ball they start with the day, they'll be playing for the rest of the day or that innings. And each school should have 3 games that they play. Yaku is into the attack. In his shades, runs in, bowls, bit of spin, bit of flight. And there we go again. That's the order of the day. Spin with a bit of flight leaves the batsman really under pressure. So Yaku with a good start in his shades, and he's ready at the top of his mark. Runs in again, bowls, again a bit of flight, played off the back foot, might run away to the boundary. Work to do on the offside. Good fielding and good running as well. They get back safely for 2. That is added to the Fishhook score. In again, bowls, some more flight, straight up in the air. It's going to land safely. Fielder thought about chucking it in, but remembered he can't afford any overthrows, so 1 run added to the score. Bowler in again, bowls again, more flight, hands on his head. He said, how did that miss? He was looking for his first wicket for the day. But he'll be just as happy that that is a dot ball, and that will be golden towards the Sun Valley's requirement of what they are looking for out of the day in the field. Another one with some more flight. Batsman is not happy, and keeper took of the bails. Coach says not out. Keeper really nice and alert. They're staying in the game. Coach will be happy with that. Fishhook batters are showing a bit of frustration. They're struggling to tick the scoreboard over. They really got to stay patient, and it will come through for them. Conclusion of the second over. 8 on the board for Fishhook, and they're really going to need to have to up their run rate if they are going to set a competitive total here for Sun Valley. Sun Valley will be very happy with the start after a tough first game against Bergvliet, so they're looking to bounce back strong here against Fishhook. More spin, left arm Chinaman, and he bowls it down leg. It's going to run away for 4 buys. And why we say it's Chinaman, if you bowl left arm wrist spin, you call the Chinaman. Famously, Paul Adams also bowled left arm wrist spin. So it's not very often that you see a left arm wrist spinner. Like, it's not very often you see a Chinaman in cricket. So that's probably why it's called left arm Chinaman. But he runs in again, left arm wrist spin. Runs in, bowls. Beautiful flight. And there it is again, the flight that brings the dot ball. So far today, the consistency with the flight has been the key. That looks to be down leg, and that's a wide. That's 4 valuable runs to the Fishhook total. Fishhook now move on to 16, and this is the 3rd over for Sun Valley. They've had a good start, but I won't want to give it away with too many extras here. They want to finish strong, keep that total under 40. And there we go, there's a bit of bat on there. It's going to run away down to the boundary, and the Bergvliet support staff and parents pick up the ball and they hand it over to the keeper. But it's 4 runs added to the total, and it's 20 now on the board for Fishhook. Bowler runs in again, bowls short again, more bat on, same result, same boundary. Come on, Luke, is the call from the square leg fielder. Luke's bowled 2 down leg, and he's gone for 2 boundaries down to the boundary. Score moves on to 24 in the 3rd over. So there's some nice impetus into the Fishhook innings here by the batter. Some nice boundaries. It's gone full again. He goes, fielder. No, he cannot stop it. It's another much needed boundary. So a good over for Fishhook brings them back into the encounter. They move on to 28 at the conclusion of the 3rd over. Well batted, and it's work to do there for the middle fielder, and it runs away for 1 more run. Mr. Cook has just added some headset on to conclude the full look to be on comms, and he's got a bit of pad on that, so there's no extra. Keeper's done well, and there's no run. It's 30 on the board, and remember, it's 3 overs concluded. This is the 4th over that Sun Valley is in the field, and they will look to have a target possibly 50. A shot boy, and he plays it on late, and it's good fielding. Good to have a left arm on that sweeper boundary, so he gets the ball in quickly and he'll cut it down for any other runs to be added to the total. Score moves on to 31 for Fishhook, and Sun Valley will be happy. They want to close out this innings to make sure that the score is less than 50. Bowls, cuts away again to the offside, work to do. He's going to cut it down, and it's only going to be 1. Good fielding by Sun Valley. Pulled away, and that's 1 run added to the total. And the score moves on to 33. So 33 on the board. 33, sorry, yeah, 33. And this is the start of the final over. the fifth over. So Fishhook will be looking to have a score possibly in the region of 45, if not more than 40 at least, as a minimum. And as I say that, the non-striker calls the striking batsman and say, reminder, we have to swap ends at the end of the over. Lucas is bowling, and he's going to conclude the Sun Valley innings. He runs in, bowls, and it's wide. Yes, it is. 4 runs added, and that's not a good start. He's pulled out the teapot. Hands on his hips, not happy with himself. And he's given away 4 runs in the first ball. So 5 to come in the Fishhook innings. Bowler runs in again, bowls. It looks to be another wide, and it is. And now he's really needs to get his radar right, because he's going to make sure that his team then loses a bit of momentum as the innings comes to a close, because it's 41 with 4 balls to go in the final over. Is it 3 in a row? No, that's a good one. That's a dot ball. 3 balls to go. Fishhook at least will look to get 9 in this last 3 balls to make sure that the target is 50, just psychologically putting some pressure on Sun Valley to say that we have to score more than 50 to win this game. 4th ball, in, bowls, cuts away, it's in the air, fielder under it, no, puts it down, 1 run added to the total. Reminder, that would have been 4 lost to the total if the fielder had caught that one. 2 balls to go, 42 on the board. Bowler runs in, bowls, yes, they pushed out into the sweeper region on the offside. 1 run, and the throw towards the keeper is not the best, but the keeper does well to clean it up. And it's the last ball. He rolls it out to the bowler, hits the stumps just to add to the excitement. Give the umpire something to do. He picks the bowls up and puts it on. Final ball of the 5th over for Sun Valley. They'll look to close it out well. No, that's wide, and that concludes the innings. 47 for Fishhook. So just a reminder now, Kenridge comes into the field. They scored 57, so they have to defend that 57 now. Redham comes into the crease, and they need 58 to win. Sorry, correction, they need 57 to win. Yeah, sorry, it is 58 to win for Redham. And it looks like it's Jordan at to take the first ball. Jordan, Redham putting in Jordan and James. That's batting. And for Kenridge, it looks like they can open with a bit of spin. Ruan is bowling. Ruan is opening the bowling. And he starts there. And they start with the dot ball. Yes, sir. Alright, so a good start there for the bowler, and scores 1 of the first 2 balls. They're opening with a bit of spin. Here he comes again. Now the dot ball. Very good, some encouragement there from the Kenridge fielders. Good start with him, defending 58, sorry. There we go. Good field placing. Captain was watching. He saw many balls went down to that short point, to the backward point, boundary area, and he's put the fielder right there. So he's restricted that to 1. Jordan on strike. Looking to go big, leg side, good connection. That's the first boundary for Redham. Really good shot by Jordan, and that starts his account for the boundaries count. And his team will be hoping that he can be nice and positive so Redham can get onto the board with their first win. This is their second game for the tournament. Bowler runs in again, bowls. Jordan looks to go long again down the ground. Work to do on the mid-on boundary. Good fielding, throws it in, hits the stumps. Just reminding the batters, don't take my arm on. I'm accurate and I'm straight. Conclusion of the first over, 7 on the board. So not a bad start by the Kenridge side in the field. And Redham would really need to possibly try and get a double figures over in this over. New bowler is Eli. He runs in. Jordan just sorting his gloves out and he's ready to face. And Eli runs in, bowls. Good start. He's asking. No, he's not sure. He says, umpire, are you sure he didn't nick that? He's having a look at Jordan. He says, Jordan, the ball is red. It's coming out of my hand. I'm coming for you, he says. But nice friendly banter. Eli runs in again, bowls. Nice, Jordan answers him down the ground. Good solid connection. Nice pace on. Jordan seems to like pace on the ball. Pace on the bat, I should say. Eli, top of his mark again. Third ball, runs in, bowls. Cut away, work to do. Nice fielding, puts in the dive. And he keeps it down to only 1 run. So really, really good by Kenridge in the field to back up what they did with the bat. They need to back it up in the field. Keep the extras down and cut down every single run. Eli bowls again, straight up. Here's a chance. Fielder under it, safe. Eli gets a wicket and Jordan goes. And more importantly, Redham lose 4 runs to their total. So they move back to 11 now as their total. Sorry, 5 is their total. Apologies. 5. New batter coming in is Keaton. 5 on the board. And they need to get 58 to win. Oh, beating him for pace there. Nice and quick from Eli. Looks like he got a bit of pace. In the classics, they say he got a bit of wheels. Nice bowling from Eli. He will want to close out this over well. Here he comes, bowls again. Nice, full in the block hole region. Play down the ground. Only 1 run added. And Redham really needs to up their run rate. 6 on the board at the conclusion of the second over. Started the third over for Kenridge. Joshua into the attack. And Keaton is on strike. Joshua comes in, bowls. Full toss. Coming down towards Mr. KW. He's going to have to do the work. And it's 4 runs to the Redham innings. Much needed boundary. And moves their total on to 10. Bowler in again. Bowls. Valuable dot ball. Kenridge are really looking to be up for it. They're nice and positive in the field, encouraging the bowler. Their fielding has also been good. Bowler bowls. Connection towards the leg side, work to do. Fielder comes around, picks it up. And a good throw. Only 1 run added to the score. 11 on the scoreboard. This is the third over. Bowler bowls. It's going down there towards the third man region, and he's put it down. 1 run added. Good field placing from the Kenridge captain. Really, he's put his fielders in the right position to give his bowler an opportunity to make sure he gets a wicket. Nice in the block hole. Dot ball. Redham really under pressure now. 12 in the third over. Chasing 58 for a win in the second game of the day. Bowler runs in again. Bowls. No contact. Dot ball. Valuable dot ball. Really excellent over. At the conclusion of the third over, Redham 12 chasing 58 to win, and to stand a chance they really need a big over in this over to give them a chance at this fixture. Andre into the attack. Bowls. Cut away. Again to that man on the point boundary. He's really done a lot of work. He's been superb. He's cut it down to only 1. They really have got the right fielders in the right places, Kenridge, and that's put Redham really under pressure in chasing this target of 58. Bowler runs in again. Bowls. Play down the ground to the mid-off region. Only 1 run again. That's not going to be good enough for Redham. They're really going to have to look to clear the boundary in the next couple of balls for them to stand a chance. 14 on the board. Bowler runs in again. Bowls. Tries to cut it away. Dot ball. Valuable dot ball. Kenridge are looking to close out this game in this over by bowling a few dot balls and not conceding any boundary, and making it mathematically impossible for Redham to win this game in the last over. Cut away. That might be 1 run. The spin on the ball actually took it to the fielder closer to him to make his job a bit easier. Score now is gone 15. 1 ball to go. Bowler bowls. And umpire says that's wide. He just wanted to make sure 100%. He nodded himself and says, yeah, I'll give it, because it is wide. 19 on the board for Redham. Bowler runs in again. Bowls. Another dot ball. Over up. 19 on the board, meaning that, if my maths is correct, Redham need 39 in the last over, and Pierre will conclude the innings. They're going to need a no ball 6 somewhere in the equation for them to win this game. Pierre to bowl the final over in the Kenridge innings. Target is 58. 19 on the board for Redham. Pierre runs in, bowls. Cut away. It's going to run down towards the car park area, and it's going to be a boundary. 4 runs to the total. Redham moves on to 23 with 5 balls to go in the final over. Pierre again runs in, bowls short. Put a glove on it. It's going to run down to the fine leg area. They really need to be running hard. And there could be, batsman could be in trouble. Yes, he's gone. That's 4 runs lost to the total. Redham really needs to run hard between the wicket. Good fielding by Kenridge once again. And it's a wicket that they lose. So the score now has gone to 20, sorry. The score is on 20, and this is the final over as mentioned. So Redham really just looking to improve the net run rate in the tournament. But this one is all shit out, as they say in the classics. It runs away to the boundary, and it's 4 runs. The fielder put in a dive. Full commitment from Kenridge in the field. Score moves on to 24, but this is going to be Kenridge's first win in their first game in the Bergvliet 6-a-side under 13 tournament for 2026. Pierre bowls, batsman pushes towards the mid-on area, and that's another boundary. He's telling the coach, I must be up the order for the next game. My strike rate is superb. I've got 8 of 2, and I'm looking to maximize my time here at the crease. And he's looking to go 3 in a row. No, he's not. Good fielding. That's 9 off his 3 balls. So he's got a 300% strike rate. He's telling the coach, in the next game, I've got to be up the order. A good win for Kendridge, and they're on the board with a doubly. There's a bit of commentary box banter happening here, but we take it for the day. It's all for the greater cause of enhancing the cricket here at Bergvliet and in the Western Cape schools cricket. Fishhook now needs to defend 48. So Sun Valley, who went down to Bergvliet in their first game, are looking to come back strong in this game, and Fishhook will need to have their best in the field to keep Sun Valley under that target of 48. And that cry that you heard in the background was a war cry for Kendridge. They're happy that they've played one and won one. Dylan will be opening the bowling for Fishhook, and Noah is on strike. There's just an adjustment to the field. There's someone moving on to the mid-on boundary, and then Noah will be underway, and he'll be wanting to keep the extras down in this game. Coach just making sure the fielders are on the boundary, because we want to make sure that we keep the run rate down. Noah at the top of his mark. Umpire says we can play. Runs in, bowls. It's full. He's a connection. They're running hard, and it's 1 run. Sorry, it's Dylan. Correction, it's Dylan at the top of his mark, and Noah was the batter, and that's Sun Valley's score is on the board. They've got 1 off their first ball. No, big appeal. Umpire says no, it's possibly going down leg. So no run. Valuable dot ball. Fishhook will need a few of that to put Sun Valley under pressure. Yes, it's wide down leg. Coach says that's wide. That's 4 runs as the Bergvliet boys come around at the conclusion of their first game. They'll be playing again next. We'll recap on the fixtures shortly. It's full, played in the offside. Good fielding by the mid-off. He's had a chuck. Yeah, nobody backing up there, and that's going to be an extra run. So really, Fishhook, if we've learned something on the first couple of games, is you've got to back up the throws. Guys are going to be looking to run you out, so you've got to run hard between the wickets. Every run counts in a short format game. Dylan bowls again. He peels a big appeal. Umpire considers it. He's having a thought. No, he says not out. Dylan will be happy with his start. He'll want to close out his over well with a dot ball or a single, which will mean that it will be just 6 runs in that first over. And he nicks it. And in this format, a nick is going to run away for 4. There's going to be no slips. There's going to be no gully. There's only 4 fielders plus the keeper and the bowler. Is 6 aside. So that is a much needed boundary to conclude the over. And the score goes to 11 at the end of the first over. The batsman must swap at the end of the over, and it's a new over, the second over. Score is on 11. Into the attack, Sipho, bowling from the squash court's end at Bergvliet. Sipho runs in, bowls. Oi, nice bowling, Sipho. Good start, but aggression. Batsman is rubbing it. Coach is going to just check on him if he's okay. Sipho with using his bouncer, he's one for the over. One run. Again, no backing up. Now they go to the keeper's end. He's safe. What should have been one run becomes two. Really, Fisher coach is telling the boys, you've got to back up. Every run is costing us here. We have a small target of 48. We need to make sure that our fielding is on point here. We're backing up every single throw. Sipho runs in again, bowls it short. It's coming down towards this. Oh, it puts in the dive. It's 4 runs. But the field is not on the boundary again. In this format, you've got to be on the boundary to make sure that you give yourself every chance to cut off that boundary. 4 runs to the Sun Valley innings. Sipho runs in again, bowls, short, put away, pull to the leg side boundary. It's 4 more. And the Braai crew by the core media corner, they need to do better down there. A much needed boundary for the Sun Valley innings. They want to try and get ahead of the run rate to make sure that if they do lose a wicket, it doesn't cost them. Sipho to close out the second over. Here he comes in, bowls, short again, pulled, and that's going to be 4, 1 bounce. 4 more runs. After a promising start for Sipho, he's just let it go in the last couple of balls in his over. He really needs to make sure that he pulls his length back. He's been short, and the batsmen have put it away. Every single ball that has been short, he's pulled it to the leg side. Sipho in again, this time fuller, and he does some good fielding of his own bowling, but the batters are nice and alert. They run, and it's 27 at the conclusion of the second over. Apologies, it's 26 at the conclusion of the second over. Sun Valley chasing 48, and there's 3 overs to go to make sure that they get that target. As I mentioned, they want to get ahead of the run rate, so if they do lose a wicket, they lose 4 runs. It won't cost them too much. The start of the third over. Bowler runs in, bowls, and it's a no ball. Ball from the square leg umpire, and the next ball becomes a free hit, but more importantly 4 runs added to the total, which takes them to 30. Free hit to the batter. And we have the teachers coming around here as well to show their support to the learners in this annual 6-a-side tournament. Free hit, bowler runs in, bowls, doesn't make any contact, lifts his head up to the sky to say, how did I miss that? That was a free hit, that was my chance to get a 6 and just to increase my strike rate. Bowler runs in again, top of his mark, bowls, good dot ball, keeper standing far back. Batsman should be nice and alert to say, keeper's far, there might be a bye that we can run here. But 2 valuable dot balls since that no ball, which is really going to help the Fisher cause in winning this game. There's a chance, he's put in a dive, good effort, 1 run, the throw comes into the keeper, 1 run added to the total, 31. Sun Valley hasn't lost a wicket, they're doing well. Their batting is nice and solid for the opening pair as the gust of wind just comes around. Full ball, played to the offside, 1 run added to the total, 32 to the score. As long as they tick the scoreboard over and they don't lose a wicket, they really are winning the game. To say it as simply as that, run a ball wins them the game. It's short, it's cut away, there's work to do on the middle boundary. He gets it well, 1 run, score moves on to 34. And that is the conclusion of the third over. There's 2 overs to go, and the score is 34, 14 to win for Sun Valley with 2 overs to go. Fishhook really needs a wicket, or they need a couple of dot balls to put Sun Valley under pressure. Braden into the attack. It's the KW nice and nervous here. Braden with a big over. Starts down the leg side. Unfortunately, it's a wide. So 4 runs added to the total, and Braden's going to want to bowl a couple of dot balls here to bring his team back. He's bowling the vital 4th over here of the innings. And he goes again, leg side. Another 4 added to the score. Moving the score on to 42. Braden needs to get his radar right here. He's giving away 2 extras, and to remind you, 2 extras is 8 added to the total. And Braden bowls. That's better. That's going to be a dot ball. No, it's a wide. It's a wide. I thought the batsman got something on it, but unfortunately he didn't. It's 45 on the board. Remember, we will continue to play because every wicket is -4 runs to the total. So we have to play until it's mathematically impossible for one side to lose. That's better from Braden in the block hole. Sipo does the fielding. He throws. Keeper gets it. It's 1 run added to the total. Total moves on to 47. 46, apologies. 46. Braden should have 2 balls left in his over. He wants to close it out maybe with 1 more dot here, if not a wicket. Let's see what Braden does. Bowls, that's good. Back of a length, cut away. It's only going to be 1. Score moves on to 47. And Fishhook really needs to find a wicket here somehow, a run out, a catch, a moment of brilliance, just to put some pressure on the batting side for the final over. They're going to need a wicket here, or it's going to be really an easy close out for Sun Valley. Braden's last ball. He bowls. It's cut away. Batsers are running hard. There's a shout for 2, but there's no 2 there. Only 1. And the scores are tied. But it's the start of the last over. And remember, a wicket can change the whole dynamic at the start. So Fishhook is really going to need a wicket here to get themselves back into the game. We have to play on because, as I mentioned, every wicket is -4. Cameron to bowl the final over. Runs in, bowls. It's a good start. They're going to take the single that's on offer. And that takes them. There's a throw. Nobody backing up from Fishhook. And they're going to get an extra run. Really, Fishhook needs to be much tighter in the field. That brings up 50. Target is 48. But we play on. Because of the dynamic of a wicket, that makes you lose 4 runs. Cameron runs in again, bowls, and that's a good dot ball. Much needed. A wicket really will make things interesting here, because it will mean that there will be a bit of pressure on Sun Valley for the last few balls. So, Cameron, can you do it for us? For a bit of entertainment, get us a wicket. It goes up in the air, there's a chance. Cameron, he could do it. He does! Cameron has done what we've asked for. He takes the score to 46. There's a bit of pressure on the incoming batsman. So Cameron has brought his team back in it. There's 3 balls to go, and there's 2 to win. Cricket is a funny game. You didn't know, you never know until it's over. The new batter has to be on strike. That's the rules in the cricket. That's changed now. If a wicket falls, no matter what happens, the new batter is always on strike. And it's Callan is the new batter, and it's 2 to win of 3. Cameron at the top of his mark. Comes in again. He's ready. Bowls. Another nick. It's going over the keeper's head. Keeper's got to chase it. He's got to run hard. Oh, he's put in a superb dive. Absolutely superb. He saved it. And it's 2 runs added to the score. Scores are tied with 2 balls to go. But remember, that dynamic of a wicket can change everything. Cameron's got 2 balls to go. What can he do? He's got the nick. It just teased the keeper and went over his head. But it's safe. Cameron bowls. Oh, it's a big swing. And I'll tell you what, if he bowls it, if he bowls, he just mustn't lose his wicket. Then the game is safe. He just mustn't lose his wicket because they've got their target. So he just needs to have a dot ball. Cameron with the last ball. And he bowls it down leg. It's a wide to conclude. Sun Valley win. Congratulations to Sun Valley. Their first win in their second game. And Fisher concludes their first game. So that's a win for Sun Valley. So this is the start of a brand new game now. Sweet Valley is going to be batting, and this is Cambridge's second game. They in the field. Ruwan is going to be opening the bowling, and it's a dot ball to start. He's bowling spin, but that was a quicker ball to start with. It's got a very, very short run up. Runs in, bowls, and that's nice batter ball, and that's familiar with Cambridge. They're using that tactic of a third man sweeper. He's in the area between third man and point, and lots of balls have gone there. And here is Mahir Khan, plays club cricket at Victoria, and is at Sweet Valley. He's a left-hander, hits a long ball. So he's going to be backing himself to try and get his team a good start here. Ruwan in again, bowls, and that's a good ball. He just wants to make sure he gets the pace of the wicket. He looks at the umpire, says, surely that was a wide. Umpire says, no, play the game. That's a good ball. Pitched up, and he takes the call. That's straight to the middle. And again, I've said it in the previous game, Cambridge have put their fielders in the right positions. Really, the captain has got his angles perfect. He's really put the fielders in the right positions. And some quick off spin, like in the days of Shahid Afridi when he was bowling for Pakistan. He used to bowl quick off spinners, and it was hard to get him away. And the same year, good start by everyone here for Cambridge. And they're nice and enthusiastic in the field. In the first game, they were as enthusiastic. And there Mahir Khan goes. Mahir Khan goes all the way. The 6 is just feeling his calf. He's not sure. He didn't stretch before the game started. He's in trouble. I think he might be going off. Let's see. No, he's fine. He's just changing the over. So they're swapping. So Mahir Khan is underway with a maximum. And that concluded the first over. And the score on the board is 8. I think this is Eli, if my memory serves me correctly, from the previous game. Eli runs in, bowls. Again, he's asked the question. Umpire says possibly, but maybe going down leg. Gives the batter the benefit of the doubt. Really good start by Eli. Previous game, he was nice and quick as well. It's got a nice smooth action. Here he runs in again, bowls. Pitched up, dot ball. Long arms and long legs. Really the making of a fast bowler's physique. Kagiso Rabada. Nice, well played, good shot. Bit of spin, good fielding on the boundary, and it's only one. Throw comes in, and Eli backs it up. Some support from the Cambridge boys. They really are up for this day in the six-a-side tournament. They've started off well. Eli again runs in, bowls. Mahir Khan goes down the ground, boom, another maximum. Mahir Khan, strong left-hander, deals in boundaries. Sipo's going to have to think about that length. Anything pitched up, Mahir is going to go downtown. Eli again to Mahir. Full toss. Our square leg says that's a no ball. So that's going to be 5 to the total, the 4 and the 1, and it's going to be a free hit as well. So this over has given Sun Valley a bit of impetus. Their score's on 21 at this present point in time, so they really have come back nicely. Eli runs in again, bowls. Bit of wheels there, bit of pace. Keeper asked the question, Eli wasn't interested. Umpire says that's the over, batters you've got to change ends, and at the end of the second over, Sweet Valley is 21 without loss. Joshua now into the attack for the start of the third over. Joshua just making sure his fielders are right on that boundary, because Mahirka is dealing in boundaries. Joshua comes in, bowls, good ball, dot ball, valuable dot ball. Joshua says, give me the ball, I'm up for this. I'm up for this challenge against Mahir. He's looking to go downtown, but I've got a plan. Joshua comes in again. Bowls. And it's the lack of pace. Mahir has got a little bit of a limp. He's looking for 2 though. There's no 2 there. Kendridge have been superb in the field. Really they have. So there's 1 run added to the total. Joshua again. Bowls. Straight up. Who's going to go for it? It's going to be safe. Bowler Joshua does fielding of his own bowling. 1 run added to the score. So a couple of good balls here for Kendridge, bringing the run rate back for Sweet Valley. Remember, if you keep it tight in the field, it's going to be difficult for you to defend on the small field. Mahirka goes downtown, and oh, tough luck Eli. He's palmed it for 6. He's got a bit of hand onto it, couldn't hold onto it, and it's ended up to go for 6. That's added to Sweet Valley's total, and they move to 29. And remember, batsman has to retire on 30. Mahirka, thick edge, fielder. No, he says I'd rather go with a safe option and give him the 1 rather than maybe misfield, and it goes for 4. Mahirka is close to his 30. We'll just check what his score is. He's on 22. The throw is there. Mahir has to run. So he's on 22 and he needs to retire on 30. He's got 22 of the 31. That is the score at the end of the third over. Start of the fourth over. Andre into the attack. Here he comes. Bowls. Nice, well played. Short again to that offside boundary, the sweeper. Only 1 run. Mahirka on 22. He needs to retire on 30. Sweet Valley on 32 at this present point in time. And this is the fourth over. Mahir on strike. Someone is recording him from under the trees there. I can see that camera light on. And he says, no, that's a wide. I'll take the 4 rather than risk losing a wicket. So sensible batting from Mahir. He sees it's wide. He takes the 4 to the team and means he can face another ball. Mahir on strike again. Tries to go long. Bottom edge. Good catch. And that's a superb wicket. That means he can't come back. Even if he had to score 30, he would be able to come back. But now that he's lost his wicket, he cannot come back. And his team loses 4 runs as well. So really, really good fielding from Kendridge. Good fielding by Andre of his own bowling. And he concludes that nice caught in bowled. Bowler runs in again. Bowls. Pulls it. It's again. He picked the fielder out. Kendridge have been superb under the high ball. I think they've only put 1 catch down in the previous game, but generally Kendridge has been very good in the field. Their field placing has been superb. Their catching has been superb. They've backed up nicely as well. Their throws, Kendridge has really been very, very good at the start of this 6-a-side tournament. They're looking like one of the favourites in their pool. Their pool And it's a hat-trick ball for the bowler. Can he do it? And again, he's put in the half dive there. He makes sure that the batsman knows that he's got to complete that run. There's no strolling here. He makes him work for every single run. Really, really good over. He's trying to close it out now. 28 on the board. Cut away again. He puts in the dive this time. And it's still 1 run added to the total. Kenridge really have pulled it back nicely with 2 wickets in this over. Score is on 30 and we'll start the final over. Just as the previous game when Kenridge played, Pierre is going to close out the innings. He's going to bowl from the squash court's end and bowl his 6 balls. There he goes, plays it in the offside, and that's going to run away to the nets for 4. Much needed boundary for Sweet Valley, and that 4 takes their total to 34. Really, really superb boundary. Classical off drive. Bowler pitched it up outside of stump. Batsman said, I'll take that, and that's 4 runs. Short, pull towards the fine leg region. 1 bounce, another boundary to Sweet Valley. Kenridge really needs to be mindful that they don't want Sweet Valley to get 45, 50. It's going to mean that's going to be pressure for them in the innings. So 2 boundaries to start the innings for Sweet Valley for the final over. 4 balls to go. Joshua runs in, bowls, short again, tries to pull it, misses it, dot ball. 3 balls to go. Coach just making sure that he ticks it over. Runner ball, short again, tries to cut, another dot ball. Joshua saying there's no balls that's going to be pitched up to you here. Everything is going to be back of a length. You're going to have to get under it to clear the boundary. Nothing is going to be pitched up. Joshua again, short again, back of a length, difficult to get it away. Pulled it back so well here, Joshua. 3 dot balls, 1 ball to go. Sweet Valley on 38. Joshua, what does he do last ball? He changes it up with a change of pace and he cleans him up. Valuable wicket there. Takes the score to 34, meaning that they were possibly going to defend 40 plus. That wicket just brings them back down to 34, meaning Kenridge will need 35 to win when they come to bat. The games are moving thick and fast here at Bergvliet Primary, 6-a-side for 2026. And there's a start of another new game. It's now Bergvliet who is going to be batting first against Fishhook. And it's going to be Mateo Keith and Joshua Sass. That's going to be the batters for Bergvliet. And we'll just check to see who is going to be bowling for Fishhook. But it's going to be Mateo Keith on strike. And he's asking for guard. And Cameron bowled the last over in the previous game. This game is going to be bowling the first over. And the coach is just making sure that the field is right. The captain also from square leg is just marshalling his troops, moving some guys around. Mateo Keith looks around to see where's my boundary. And Cameron is ready. He's not happy with somebody on the leg side. He wants his leg side fielders to go more straighter, to be on square. And the coach is also bringing the cover fielder over to be extra cover. Cameron is ready to go. Runs in to Mateo. Bowls. Mateo plays it on. He's running hard. 1 run. Cameron says, I'm not going to overthrow. I don't want to concede any extras. Joshua doesn't ask for mark. He just takes the mark from the previous batter and he says, probably this is a good one. Looks like it could be leg stump, middle stump. But it's a short format of the game, and I'm not here for a long time. I'm here for a good time. I'm just going to express myself. I've seen Joshua play this year, and he plays his shots. And as I say that, he blocks his first ball because it's a good ball. So he's just decided to play it back of a length, and more importantly, the scoreboard is ticking over every single ball. So really superb day out here. The sun comes out. Really, the school has done an exceptional job of getting this tournament underway and getting it streamed. Mateo, it's a lack of pace there by Cameron. Could possibly have been a slower ball. Run his fingers over it. 3 balls on the first over. Cameron runs in again to Mateo Keith. Pitched up. Mateo answers the call to the leg side boundary. Work to do down there. Sipo, knock on. Unfortunately, he's knocked it on, and it's a 4 and much needed boundary. The first boundary for the Bergvliet innings, and 4 runs to Mateo Keith. Nice, Mateo, really good. A full flow of the arms on the offside. Mateo Keith says, I'm going over the extra cover region to the mid offside, and it's 4 runs. Mateo Keith, superb striking. Cameron runs in again, and that's wide. Again, these boys are playing sensible cricket because they realize that if a ball is wide, they're going to take 4 runs. Rather than risk nick or risk 1 run, they're saying they'll take the wide because it adds 4 runs to the score. It's basically like a boundary that's been added every time there's a no ball or wide being bowled. That's the conclusion of the first over. 14 on the board for Bergvliet, and it's Braden Kincaid Weeks into the attack, and he's bowling the second over. And he's bowling to Joshua Sass. Braden bowls again down leg, and that's 4 more runs added to the total, and the score goes to 18. Joshua on strike here. Braden runs in again, bowls down leg again, another wide. 4 more added to the total. That's 2 wides in the over. Bowls again, Braden. That's a bit of length and a bit of line. They're running hard. It's only 1 though. 1 run towards the mid-wicket area. So Braden has bowled 3 balls, and this is his 4th one now. He's bowling now to the left-hander, Mateo Keith. Mateo on strike. Braden to him. It's full. It's a no ball. And they're running hard. They says no. It's only the 1. But it's 5 added to the total because the no ball is 4 plus the single is 5, and it gives Joshua a free hit. So Joshua has license to have a go. 2 balls to go. Braden in. He goes. He strikes it down the ground. 4 runs to the total, and that brings up the score of 32 to Bergvliet with 1 ball to go in the second over. Braden will want to close out his over now with a dot or 1 run at least as a minimum. Here he comes around the wicket, full again, and it's going to run away down to the fine leg region. Another boundary to Joshua Sass, and 36 at the conclusion of the second over. A nice positive start here by the 2 Bergvliet primary batters, Joshua Sass and Mateo Keith, and Bergvliet moves on to 36 without loss after 2 overs. And Sipo into the attack for Fishhook, and Mateo Keith on strike. Bergvliet will want to continue this run rate of 18 and over. Sipo, Mateo tries to pull it. It's got a leading edge, no run. Sipo looking to bring his length back, to bring his team back into this contest. He needs to bowl a couple of dot balls, if not take a wicket. Sipo in again. Mateo Pete on the offside. 1 run. Good start by Sipo. He's gone dot 1 in his first 2 balls. Brings on strike the hard hitting Joshua Sass. Sipo to him, short. He goes, it's straight up. Is there someone under it? No. One run. Sipo has gone dot 1-1 in his first 3 balls. Here he comes again. Bowls short. Mateo goes down the ground. 1 run added to the total. 2 balls to go. A nice tight over here by Sipo. He's going to try and close it out here with 1 more dot possibly, and make sure that that score stays in the 40 region. Sipo comes in. Bowls. Nicely played off the back foot. That's running down the hill there. It might run away for 4. Oh, superb fielding. He's put on a full-on dive, and he's kept it down to 2. He saved his team 2 runs. Really superb fielding on the boundary. 1 ball to go in the 3rd over. Really superb fielding there by Braden Kincaid Weeks. Last ball of Sipo's over, and this is the 3rd over of the Bergvliet innings. He bowls to Joshua. Pulls it away. Work to do on the boundary. Superb fielding. Nice. Well done. Keeps it down to 1. That's a good over by Sipo. And that concludes the 3rd over. 42 without loss for Bergvliet Primary. Jason into the attack. This is the 4th over. Joshua on strike. Bottom edge, and it's going to run away down to that boundary. It's work to do for the keeper. Yes, he's cut it down, and he throws it. 2 runs to the total. Bottom edge for Joshua. Scoreboard ticking on 44. Reminder, in the first game, Bergvliet got 62. We're looking to get that same score today in their second game. If they can get in the 60 region, they would be possibly favourites in the short format at 12 over. There he goes. Well bowled, well played. But Mr. Kincaid Weeks will be very happy that there's been no dot balls. Even if it's a good ball, they make sure that they tick the scoreboard over. As Mr. Hill comes around to come and have a look at his team. Runs in to Mateo Keat. Short, pulls it away to the leg side boundary. Another boundary to Bergvliet. They really are putting on a show here for the home. So Mateo Keat is on 20. Once he gets to 30, he must retire. So really, guys, it's really superb cricket out here, and the banter in the background is just as good, I must tell you. Oh, bowler asked the question. Umpire says no. It's going to be a leg by. Joshua Sass on strike on 17. Nice shot off the back foot. Couple of bounces. It's going to run away to the boundary. 4 more. 21 to Joshua, and the total moves on to 58. And Dylan into the attack. It's a thick edge. It's running down the hill. It's a teaser for Sipo, but he's done well. Very good fielding by Sipo on the boundary. It's 2 runs added to Mateo Keats and 2 runs added to the Bergvliet total. And they move on to 60. And they're going to try and beat the score of 62 that they had in their first game. They're really doing well. Mateo Keats trying to go leg side. It's another wide. which is equivalent to a boundary. It's 4 runs that's added to the total. Bergvliet moves on to 66. 64, sorry, apologies. And there's another boundary for Mateo Keat, and that moves the score on to 68. Mateo Keat on 27, meaning he can only score another 3 more and he'll have to retire. Bergvliet 68 without loss. Mateo Keat goes downtown, and it's 1 run added. He moves on to 28. The score moves on to 69 with 2 balls to go in the over. Joshua on strike. It's full. It's going down, and it's going to be 1 run added, and that brings up 70 for Bergvliet. Mateo Keat on 28. A reminder, he needs to retire on 30. So he's going to try and cash in on this ball that's coming towards him now, the final ball of the 4th over. And there he goes, downtown. Couple of bounces. No, it's cleared the rope. Superb innings by Mateo Keat. He has to retire. 34 runs. Well batted, Mateo Keat. Well played, Bergvliet. And they end with 76 in their 5 overs. Right, so reminder here, we will conclude the game between Kenridge and Sweet Valley. Kenridge need 35 to win, and Sweet Valley will need to defend that in the 5 overs. So Michael into the attack, and he's going to be bowling to Eli, and Eli now gets a chance up the order with this target of 35 that is needed. Eli faces up, Michael bowls, it's leg side, he gets bat onto it, and that's the Kenridge innings underway. 1 run on the board. 35 to win. Remember, mathematically, we have to play the innings here until it's mathematically impossible for one side to lose. It's -4 for a wicket. Bowler bowls. Umpire says that's a good ball. He backed away. It's inside the line, and Sweet Valley is going to be looking for more of those dot balls. It's going to be key to keep them in the contest. Michael bowls. Well played. Another dot ball. Good start here by Sweet Valley. They're putting Kenridge under pressure. They realize that they need to bowl a few dot balls. One more run to the total. Total moves to 2. Eli back on strike. Eli goes downtown to the mid-off region. Mahir is going to do the fielding. 1 run added to the total. Here on strike, dot ball, really good over, good start to the Sweet Valley innings. 3 runs only in that over, really superb. Putting them under pressure with a small total to defend of 35. To have a start of 3 runs in their first over is really, really superb. Putting Kenridge under pressure. Start of the second over, Grayson into the attack. Bowls to Eli. Eli goes downtown. And it's going to be a boundary, the first boundary to the Kenridge innings. Eli has put it over the ropes for 4. 7 on the board. And Kenridge is going to need a big over here just to take the pressure off them in this small total that they need to achieve. Eli back on strike. Paola, he goes downtown again. Eli goes all the way for a maximum. And that is a good strike by Eli. It's 10 of 2 balls in this over. The bowler's under pressure. He's going to need to bring back his length. He's given him a full toss. And Eli said, thank you very much. I'll take that full toss. And I'll hit it for 6. Eli off the back foot this time. Plays it onto the offside region. 1 run added to the total. Score moves on to 17, sorry. Score moves on to 17. Good ball. Much needed dot ball. Really good ball. And they need to close out this over now. If he can bowl another dot ball or even take a wicket to put the pressure on Kenridge. Here he comes in again. Runs in, bowls. Another good dot ball. There's an appeal by the keeper. No, says the umpire. But a much needed dot ball. And Sweet Valley, sorry, is going to need a bit more of those dot balls to put Kenridge under pressure. They have had 2 successive dots. He's looking for 1 more. Another one. Yes, good bowling in the block hole this time. And that's a good over. That concludes the over. Score on 17 after 2. And they need 35 to win Kenridge. Eden into the attack for the 3rd over. He runs in, bowls to Eli. Eli goes top edge. Easy catch for the keeper. But more importantly for Sweet Valley, it's -4 to the Kenridge innings. And they strike for their first wicket. Andre comes to the wicket after the fall of Eli, who was caught by the keeper, and that was the first wicket. The score now moves back to 13 at the 2nd ball in the 3rd over. Some more wrist spin. And it's good. Oh, I almost said good fielding, but it's a misfield. But it's recovered nicely. Cuts away to the offside region. 1 run added to the total. There's a little bit of pressure on here now because there's been some tight bowling in the last couple of balls. The last 6 balls have really been superb. The score is moved on to 16 and this is the 3rd over. Another dot ball. And Sweet Valley is really fighting their way back into this game, putting Kenridge batters under pressure. They were really good in the field to restrict Sweet Valley to 34. But now they are struggling to tick the scoreboard over with some good spin bowling that is happening here from the Sweet Valley bowlers. Straight up, and it's going to be safe. It's going to be a couple of bounces to Mahirka, and he throws it back into the bowler. 1 run added. Score moves on to 16 in the 3rd over. Cut away. Only 1. The bowler will be okay with that. He'll say to himself, if I'm only going for 1s and I'm bowling the occasional dot, we win in this game. That's the conclusion of the 3rd over, and Sweet Valley have 17 on the board. They need a further 18 to win in the last 2 overs. Yusuf into the attack in his for the fourth over for Sweet Valley, and it's some spin again, and more a spin, and umpire says that's a no ball, and 1 run added, so that is a total of 5, and that's much needed for Kenridge. They really needed that 4 runs just to up their run rate. Yusuf bowling some leg spin, runs in again, flights it nicely, short, pulled away. They're running hard. Fielder comes around. They're looking for 2, but only 1. Score moves on to 23 for the loss of 1, and this is the 4th over, chasing 35 to win. Yusuf runs in again, bowls, lots of flight. Oh, unfortunately, it bounces in front of the fielder, and it's another boundary to Kenridge, and that's 4 runs, and that brings the total to 27. Yusuf is going to look to strike or get a dot ball to get his team back into this contest. He bowls. It's a slow leg spin, and the batsman cannot make contact, and it's a much needed dot ball. Umpires are just conferring. There's 2 balls left in the over. He says yes. Yusuf runs in again, bowls his leg spin. Lots of flight this time. It's tipped on the batter. There's a shout from the field, only 1, and that is correct. It is only 1, and it's 1 ball to go. The score is 28, 35 to win. Yusuf to conclude his over. Lots of flight. Batsman answers the call. He goes downtown to the cow region, and it's 4 runs to the total. A much needed boundary to Kenridge. 32 at the conclusion of the 4th over. 3 runs needed to win. Coach is calling the batters together, and he says sensible cricket wins us the game. If we don't lose a wicket here and we take our singles, we win this game, and we'll be 2 for 2. So coach is just making sure that the game plan is there, and they know exactly what they need to do as batters to just get a W again here. Mahirka is going to bowl the last over for Sweet Valley. He's defending 3. The only way he can really do it is by taking a wicket here to put the cat amongst the pigeons. But he bowls short. Batsman makes some contact. It's running down to the fine leg area. Good fielding. They're coming back for 2. He's going to be in trouble. Yes, he's gone, and that's what they needed. The celebration tells you all you need to know. It brings Sweet Valley back into the contest, and that wasn't sensible running. The coach will say to them, we're winning the game with singles. That run wasn't worth it. We've now lost 4 runs, and we're now under pressure, needing 7 to win or 5. Leading edge, but it's going to run away for 4. A much needed boundary for Kenridge. 4 runs to the total. And the score moves on to 33, sorry. Score moves on to 33. 2 to win. And they really needed that boundary just to take the pressure off them. It's now sensible cricket to them to win the game. There's 4 balls left. Mahir is short. It's up in the air. There's a fielder coming towards it. He's taken it. Can you believe it? A wicket. And that just puts the pressure back on Kenridge. My word. Not sensible batting here. The singles wins them the game. -4 wicket. The score moves back down to 29. Chasing 35 to win. Mahir Kar strikes again in the over. 2 wickets in this over. And he's just brought his team back into this contest. 1 run out and 1 wicket caught on the offside boundary. Mahir runs in again. Bowls. It's pitched up. It's down leg. Umpire says that's wide. Mahir is saying no, it can't be, but it is. 4 runs to the total. 2 balls to go. And the score is on 33. They need 2 to win. What's going to happen here? Mahir in again. Bowls. And it's a top edge. It's going to run away down there to the boundary for 4. And there we go. Score goes to 37. The only way they can win the game now is taking a wicket off the last ball. That's the only way they can win the game. If the batsman keeps it out and it's a dot ball, then Kenridge win. If they get a wicket, it means Sweet Valley wins the game. So what they're going to do? Mahir needs a wicket to win the game. Mahir bowls, but the batsman says no, it's a dot. Kenridge win. They've played 2-1-2. Superb win for them. That concludes the game. Right, we're back again. Bergvliet is defending 77. Fishhook is really going to need to have an explosive innings to get to the 77 in 5 overs. Mateo Keith runs in, Braden on strike, swings hard but makes no contact. Dot ball, good start for Bergvliet. Mateo would have wanted that. Start with a dot ball. Runs in again. Second ball, bowls. Braden strikes it cleanly. It goes down the ground. Good fielding. Zafir Ludovics throws it into the bowler. 1 run. Cameron May on strike. Takes his guard. He's ready. Good ball, Mateo Keith. He's backing up his batting. He had to retire on 34. And he's now taking the new ball, taking the first over. And he's a superb start. 2 dots and a 1. There he goes, down the ground again. 1 run to Cameron. There's a shout from the side. Braden run hard. They're going to need to score at 15s and over. Mateo runs in again. Braden, sweet contact. Down the ground. It's Zafir Ludovics there. Only the 1. Good start for Mateo Keith. Bergvliet will be happy with it. The start that they've had in this innings. No extras thus far. It's up in the air. Safe.
Not sure why you need it.
1 run. Really good over by Mateo Keith. 4 runs in the over. Backing up his batting with a superb over. Good start from Bergvliet Primary. Defending 77. 4 runs on the board for Fishhook. Fishhook coach with a bit of words of wisdom to the batters to say, listen, we need to hit some boundaries here. We need to run with intent as we are chasing a big target. So we need to get our run rate up. So Alfie Ludovics into the attack. He's at the top of his mark. Mr. Anthony says you can go. And he runs in, bowls, short, 2 bounces. That's a no ball. Running down the heel as well. And is it good fielding? Yes, it is. Ball comes in, 2 runs added. So a no ball plus 2. That means it's 6 runs off that ball. And it's a free hit for Cameron. Zafir into the attack again. Free hit. Cameron goes high. Josh takes the catch, but it was a free hit. So 1 run added to the score. Good catch by Josh. Safir now with his third ball in the over. Safir runs in, bowls. Oh, slow bouncer. Braden was early on it, hit him on the shoulder. Umpire's just checking he's okay. He's just double checking. He's good. He says he's ready. He faces up again. And he goes again, Braden, a leading edge. Work to do with the keeper. He's running hard. Hey, looking for two. He's in trouble. If he doesn't, yes, he's hit the stumps. Good fielding. Direct hit. What a fielding there. Cole Cooper, superb keeper. Really, really good fielding from Cole Cooper. Good run out. Superb. Seapaw comes to the wicket, and Bergvliet needed that wicket just to bring it back from that first ball that went for a no ball. Score is now 8, so Bergvliet will be very, very happy. Blake Jacobs will be happy with the start of his team. Zafir needs to close his over out. Seapaw off the back foot says it's a good ball, I'll play it back to you. And it's a dot ball, no run. Zafir to close out his over. Here he comes to Seapaw. Bowls, leg side, no contact, misses it, and that's the over. Captain into the attack. Blake Jacobs at the top of his mark. Here he comes. Bowls, lots of flight off the back foot. And it goes to the mid wicket area. And it's only one run. Blake will be happy with that start. He'll be looking to bowl a couple of dot balls here now to Seapaw. Here he comes. Blake Jacobs, top of his mark. Bowls, lots of flight. Seapaw tries to go but misses it. His dad Evan will be happy with that. He'll know that Blake needs to throw it up, get the ball above the batsman's eye level, and he'll be in the business for a wicket. Blake comes in again, bowls, more flight, top edge. Oh, Cole can't get it. He's got to run down again. Are they going to take him on this time? They say no. They remember what happened in the previous time when he had the ball and he was chasing. He hit the stumps directly. So they go with the safer option of only taking the one. And Blake will be happy. Only one run off that ball. Blake again. Bowls. Coming down here. Joshua really superb in the field. Attacks the ball hard and release so quickly as well. Really is in the money area where the ball comes most of the time, and he's the right fielder to have there. He's really enthusiastic out there. Blake, lots of flight. Goes out to Mateo Keith. Only the one. Ones are not going to win you the game, Pishuk. You're going to need a couple of boundaries. Blake Jacobs needs to close out his over well here. Here he comes. Bowls. And he's bowled him. Blake Jacobs strikes. And it's the flight that's done him again. A bit of flight, a bit of turn. And that is a wicket. Dylan to the wicket, score on 8, and the target looking very, very, very far away. Bergvliet and Kenridge have really started well in the sixer side today. A new bowler for Bergvliet is Cohen Joshua. Here he comes to Seapaw. Cohen, short, up in the air, it's in the swimming pool, all the way. It's all the way. It's gone into the recycling. It's gone into the recycling area, says Mr. KW. And Seapaw has cleared the boundary. Superb shot, Seapaw. 6 runs. and then remember they've got to use that one ball for the rest of the day. So that ball they've got to look after it, unless if it goes into the pool, they will need to use that same ball. Mr. Anthony just checking if the ball is still in shape after that clean strike there from Sipo. Here he comes, Cohen again, down leg. Mr. Anthony says that's wide, and this is giving Fishhook some impetus in their innings. They've got 6 and now 4 with a wide, so they've got 10 of the first 2 balls. Here he comes again. Sipo backs away, but it's a wide. Now that's 14 runs in the first 3 balls. So this is really giving Fishhook a little bit of hope. They still need a few boundaries, but every run counts. Sipo goes again. Downtown. Bounces short of Mateo Keat. He gets it in. 1 run added to the total. Sipo's strike rate is looking good, but they need to be striking from both sides for them to stand a chance in this game, chasing a daunting 77 to win. Braden with a thickish edge, and it goes down there to the cover region for 1. The backing up is good. Only 1 to the score. Short. Sipo goes again. Zafir has a go, and good backing up by Cole. 1 run added to the total. And that concludes the over. Score on 24. And the new bowler is Joshua Sass. So Fishhook require a further 52 to win. Joshua Sass into the attack. Bowls is a chance, and he takes it very casually. Caught and bowled. And that's another 4 runs that Fishhook loses. They lose a wicket, and the score goes back to 22. And Daniel Brenner on strike. Here he comes. Joshua bowls. Very good. Some nice pace. Back of a length. Outside off stump. And another dot ball. Bergvliet looking in full control of this fixture. And barring anything miraculously happening. Good shot. Goes to the offside. Is unsure. It was yes, no, maybe. But then the run was taken. 1 run added to the score. Score moves on to 22. Sipo needs a boundary for his team. Joshua bowls. Goes down to Mateo Keat. Good fielding years ago. Making sure Sipo has to complete that run. There's no run for free here, says Bergvliet Primary to Fishhook. You're going to work for every run. Nice pitched up. Driven down the ground by Daniel. Safi Ludovics picks up the ball cleanly and brings it to the bowler's arm. And Bergvliet in full control of this fixture. Good shot by Sipo. Straight to the fielder though. Oh, it's under pressure. Not out. Bergvliet making him work for every single run. Mateo Keat really good on that mid-on boundary area. A good over there by Joshua. And that concludes the fixture. Bergvliet win by 53 runs, and they've gone play 2-1-2.
24. Definitely.
Now you were here for our sport day. And you were here for the softball, right? I was in our sport.
Tails. Okay, Bishop will be bowling, Redden will be batting. If those teams can get ready, Bishop, you are bowling, Redden, you are batting. If they could get ready, and we can start in the next 5 minutes, please. Following this game will be Sun Valley versus Kenridge. Sun Valley versus Kenridge will be this game. Just let you know the playoff fixtures are not innings and innings. We'll play the playoffs as one game, just so it's fair for everyone. So the players will be played at one long game, like you would have a normal cricket match.
Randomly out of nowhere.
If I could ask the Sweet Valley boys not to sit on the stand, please. This is adjusting the camera. So at the far end, all those Sweet Valley boys, if I could just ask you not to sit on those stands, there will be a lot of help, thanks.
They're listening, sir. The parent, even the coach is sitting there. Tell him that it's an expensive piece of equipment.
Sweet Valley boys, if you could please not sit on the stands by the camera, if you could just move off there, please, that'll be a great help. You could not sit on those stands, please. Thank you.
That includes the coaches. It's fine, they're from Sweet Valley. They can afford to give us money and give it to the other stuff. It's alright. They got 5 Astros, they can give us the money.
Only one person would ask for Astro. Only one person.
Like very early, so we go. We have to do it. We have to quick this. That's right. We can do it. That team. That team made them come. That's what they wanted to give us yesterday. Because they couldn't understand how the last team was
Redham and Bishop, please take the field. We'd like to start the game with Redham and Bishop could take the field. This is your 5th and 6th place playoffs. If they could please take the field and we can get started on that game, please. Thank you.
the vocab. I don't have the vocab.
You a teacher, bro.
I can talk nonsense. Dude. A lot of nonsense on the mic. So he was pushing for that show.
This is not semi-finals. This is fourth place and 16th.
Do I need to put this on? No. I don't need to put this on.
Who's bowling? Hayden bowling. Oh, Dylan. Who's on strike? William. Dylan opening the bowling for Fishhook. And Fishhook, this is the fifth place playoff. Bowls. It's a dot ball. Good start here by Fishhook. 2 dots. They'll be happy with this start. And William is on strike for Redham. Both teams played it too. This is their third game. And it's full. Goes towards the leg side region. Good fielding. Gets it in. Good backing up. The first run for Redham. They're underway. Jordan is opening the batting here for Redham. Facing up to Dylan. And he tries to go big. Inside edge. Keeper does the work. 1 run added to the total. They move on to 2 without loss in the first over. Apologies, I missed the wide. It was 7 at the conclusion of the first over. Braden into the attack. Jordan on strike. Braden bowls. As I asked there, Braden asks the umpire for LBW decision. Umpire says no. Jordan looking to go big. Braden's won that battle. A nice dot ball to the big hitting Jordan Goosen. Braden Kincaid Weeks, the top of his mark, runs in, bowls. Jordan goes with the back foot. Work to do for Redham, not alert. There was one possibly on the offer there, but batsman happy with a single. Braden happy with this start than his previous game where he started with a couple of extras. He's been much better in his line and length in this over. Here he comes again. Coming towards the leg side region, and that's a boundary. 4 runs. A much needed boundary for Redham after a good start here by Braden in the Fishhook team. They've started out nicely today, this afternoon in this innings. And as I say that, that's the first extra, the first wide of the innings. Still a good start for Fishhook, better than the previous game. Redham on 16. Braden in again, bowls. Umpire says that's good. Dot ball. 1 ball to conclude his over. It's been a much better over this than the previous game. We conceded a couple of extras. He'll want to close out this over with a good ball, with a dot, possibly a 1. And he'll be very happy with that over. Here he comes again at the top of his mark. Runs in and bowls off the back foot. Good fielding there on the boundary. The throw comes in. Good strong arm out there. 1 run to conclude the over. 17 at the conclusion of the second over. Good start here by Fishhook. And Redham is going to need to up their strike rate if they want to get a competitive score here. That's a good boundary to start the over for Redham. And Sipo started with a short wide ball. and it was put away to the cover region by the batter for 4. Sipo goes down leg, keeper fumbles, he's going to have a go. Oh, Bales didn't come off. I think he hit the stumps. Bales didn't come off, hit the stumps, and they'll take the extra run. That's 5 added to the total. Sipo at the top of his mark. Here he comes. He looks to be bowling spin this time around. Full toss, no ball above waist height. Sipo was bowling medium pace the previous game. He's coming to change it up for a bit of spin, and he's bowled a full toss above waist height. And Jordan, you know he's going to have a go when there's a free hit offered to him. Here he goes. Sipo to Jordan, and he goes leg side. It's a wide. 4 runs added. It should still be a free hit because it's another extra. Two balls to go, they say. Still a wide, so it should still be a free hit. Sipo comes in, bowls. It's up in the air. It's going to be safe. Good effort by Sipo, but it was a free hit. Sipo's rushing Jordan there. I don't think he was ready, but he's got a bit of bat on him. And that's a good dot ball, and Sipo will be happy with that. It should be 1 ball. Is that the over? That's the over. Score is 34 now at the conclusion of the 3rd over. Jason into the attack. 4th over. Fisher much better in the field this time round, and they will want to close it out good. It's the toe. No appeal from the bowler. Fishhook is going to want to close out this innings with some good fielding. They've been much better in the field. The extra count has been much lower in this game than it's been in the previous 2 games. Good bowling again in the block hole. Only the one. Sipo's attacked the ball nicely. Underarms it in. Bowler picks it up. The sounds of Lionel Richie in the background. Always good for a 6-a-side game. Score has moved on to 35. There he goes, leg side. And Sipo is not on the boundary, and that's the difference. If you're not on the boundary, anything to your left or to your right, it's going to be a boundary. So really, Fishhook needs to get their fielders on the boundary to make sure that they're not giving away any 4s. The fielder has to be on the ropes. Jordan's got a bit of bat. No, he hasn't. He's hit the ground. Umpire says that's wide. He just checks the bottom of his bat. Is it still good? Score moves on to 43. Jordan goes long downtown towards the Jojo tanks, and that's the maximum. And that takes the total to 49 for Redham. And that's Jordan's first maximum. Jordan goes downtown again. It may be a boundary. Ball's going to win the race. 4 runs to the total. Brings up the 50. .53 on the board. The start of the final over. Cameron into the attack, and Redham will look to get their total to at least 60 plus in this over. Cameron runs in, bowls, short, off the back foot, punch down the ground. Ball may win the race. Yes, it does. 4 runs to the total. 57 the score moves on to, and Redham is going to look to finish this inning strong and have their target in excess of 65. I'm sure that's what they're looking at. He goes, he didn't get all of it. Sipo comes around, does the fielding. 1 run added to the total. Score moves on to 58 with 4 balls to go of the final over. Jordan on strike. He's going to look to clear the ropes for his team. Here he comes, short. It gets under. It's coming towards the swimming pool, and just short of the swimming pool, but it's a maximum. 6 to the score, and Jordan clears the rope for the second time this innings. And sadly to say, he's missed the pool for the second time. It's hit the side of the paving and it's gone to the recycling area. We want the ball to land in the pool for the entertainment. It's a wide. 4 runs to the total. 2 balls to go, and that moves the score on to 68 with 2 balls to go. 70 plus. Jordan goes, swings. He doesn't make any contact. 68 on the board. They would want the final ball to at least be a minimum of 2 to make sure that target is 70 plus. Here Cameron comes. Last ball of the innings. Runs in, bowls to Jordan. Jordan goes downtown, picks out the fielder. Good catch. Safe catch by the mid-on boundary. And they lose 4 runs, which may be vital in the bigger scheme of things. And that means that Redham concludes the innings with a score of 54, meaning that Fishhoek will need 55 to win. And here we are at the 5th and 6th place playoff. Fishhook needing 65 to win this game to conclude their day on a positive note. It's Braden on strike, it's short, it's back of a length, it's pulled towards the mid-on region. They're running hard, but it's only one. It's only one run to the score. And it's Sipo now on strike. In the previous game, Sipo connected a few nice ones there. And he'll be looked to doing the same in this game to get his team close to the... There he goes, down the ground again. Work to do for Madon. They're running hard. Only one run though. Two in the first two balls of the innings for Fishhook. They're running between the wickets. Shows a little bit more intensity than the last game. Coach must have had a word. Braden on strike. Edge. We don't mind that. It's going to run down the hill. Keeper's got work to do. They're running hard, but it's only the one. There's a shout of get it in. Remember, there's 30 balls. So basically, you're looking at 2 as a minimum per ball for Fishhook to get over the line. And then if they lose a wicket, that then also changes the dynamic because you then lose 4 runs. So they've had a slowish start, but they've ticked the scoreboard over every ball thus far. Sipo on strike. He goes downtown. He goes to the mid-wicket region, and it's going to run away towards the scoreboard. 4 runs to the total, a much-needed boundary. The first boundary to open up the Fishhook account for the day in this 5th and 6th place playoff. So Fishhook's going to look to finish on a high. Rhythm's going to want to do the same. And it's going to be the team who wants it the most and is going to leave it out on the field in the field. And it's going to be a big match temperament moment for the batters. Sipo, call is 1. Shout is the keeper, but he goes bowlers in. It's overthrow. Fishhook not trying to take the extra run and not want to risk that -4 on a wicket. It's 8 of the first couple of balls of the over. This is the first over. Good ball. Braden plays it. Yes, no, maybe, no. Dot ball. And that concludes the first over. 8 runs in the first over. 4 overs to go for Fishhook. They're going to need to strike at least at about 15 runs over. Jordan with his orange boots comes into the attack. Sipo on strike. Jordan takes his mark. Can only mark his run up within the 5-meter mark. He's there at the top of his mark, bowling to Sipo. Jordan in with his spin. It's full. It's punched down the ground. He has a go. Batsman's back safely. But a much needed dot ball for Rhythm. They're going to be happy with this start. They've had a couple of dot balls. They've only conceded 1 boundary thus far, so that's nice and positive for them. They're going to want to keep it like that so they can stay on top of this game. Lots of flight. It goes down the ground in the region of mid-wicket and cow, and it ball wins the race, and that's Sipo's favorite area. He likes to go in that side, gives himself a bit of room with his left leg and clears his feet, and it goes towards the mid-wicket boundary for a much needed 4 for Fishhook. Jordan at the top of his mark again is ready to go. Sipo on strike. Back off the back foot. Work to do. Only one run added to the score. Score moves on to 13. This is the second over. 65 is the target for Fishhook Primary. Braden on strike. He's going to look to get a boundary here soon. He has a go, but it skids on, keeps it a little bit low. Ball goes under the bat. Much needed dot ball for Rhythm. Umpire says no ball because by the time the ball passed him, it was above waist height. It then ducked and it then went below the waist only after it passed him. So that's a free hit. It's a no ball. It's 4 runs to the total. So Braden can have a full-on swing here and try and get a boundary here. Umpire fixes the stumps. He goes back to his square leg position. Jordan on strike. It's a free hit. Jordan bowling, sorry. Bowls short. Braden with the back foot. He has a go and he throws it to the bowler's end. It's 1 run. Score moves on to 18. And that's the conclusion of the second over. Fishhook's going to need to increase their run rate if they're going to come out on top here in this run chase. There's 3 overs to go and they need 47 to win, apologies, in the last 3. Short, Braden at the back foot, plays it towards Jordan with the orange boots, picks it up, throws it back into the bowler, and it's 1 run added to the total. Score moves on to 19. Fishhook's going to need a couple of boundaries here to be in the contest and take it to the final over. Sipo on strike, has a swing, and he's made no contact. Dot ball. Sipo back on strike again. He needs a boundary. It's full. He goes downtown. Finds the fielder on the mid-on boundary. 21 the score. And this is the 3rd over. Fishhook really needs a couple of boundaries quickly. It's short. Pulls it towards the leg side. He's onto the call for a boundary. Kincaid Weeks pulls it towards the leg side. 4 runs added to the total. Score moves on to 24 in the 3rd over. Bowls again, short again. Back to the bowler. Dot ball. Another dot to conclude the over. That's the end of the 3rd over. End of the 3rd over. Fishhook on 24. Dot ball from Jakob with a year into the attack, and he starts at a good dot. And Fishhook needing a couple of boundaries here. They've retired Sipo. They realize that they need to increase their strike rate. Here he comes, coming towards the leg side boundary. Fielder loses his hat, but it's actually aided him. Running hard, gets the ball in. Good running. 2 runs to the Fishhook total. Ran so hard between the wickets that he lost his shoe, so he's doing some running repairs. Gets his shoe back on, gets his gloves in his hand, and his weapon of choice is Kookaburra to clear the boundary ropes. He's going to pick it up now, and it's Daniel on strike. And Daniel is facing up. Bowler bowls. He goes back of a length. Has it gone all the way? Yes, it has. Clears the rope. There's some encouragement there on the boundary for Daniel. They're going to need a few more of those if they're going to stand a chance in this fixture. 32 on the board, and we're into the 4th over of a 5-over innings. Daniel on strike again. Bowler runs in, bowls, short again. He's early on it though. Didn't make the contact he wanted to, and it's another dot ball. Barring some really poor finishing in this game, it's going to be a win for Redham if Fishhook don't clear a couple of 6s in the next few balls. Daniel goes, and it's caught and bowled, and unfortunately for Fishhook, that's 4 runs also off their total. So it's looking like Redham is going to close this one out, barring any really innings of miraculous 5 sixes or 4 sixes in a row. There we go, down the ground, and he's palmed it. Unfortunately, he's dropped it, but it goes for 4 runs to the total. Score moves on to 32.
Sunday we are bowling. This is the last over of the 56th place playoff. 33 runs to win.
33 to win in the final over. But a spin on strike, pulls it, comes towards the boundary, and it's 4 runs here towards the change room. 4 to the total. 29 now to win in 5 balls. The next game is going to be Kenridge against Sun Valley, the first semi-final. Kenridge against Sun Valley, and then the second semi-final is going to be Bergvliet Primary against Sweet Valley. 29 to win here from 5. Lots of flight. Pulls it towards the leg side boundary, and it's going to be 1 bounce away for 4. 4 more runs to the total. Score moves on to 40. Target 65. 25 or 4. They're going to need a couple of sixes to stand a chance to get over the line here. Bowler runs in again, bowls. It's a wide. 4 runs added to the total. So a wide means that 4 gets added. Score moves on to 44. It's 21 off 3. So mathematically, it's not impossible if there's a no ball, but if the bowler keeps it within the boundaries, now it's impossible. That's a dot ball. 2 balls to go, 21 runs to win, and it's going to be Redden that's going to win the 5th place playoff game against Fishhook. The last 2 balls of this innings and game. Short, and it's going to be 1 run added. Score moves on to 45, and it's going to conclude a nice finish for Redden, who struggled in their first 2 games. They lost both, but they're going to come back with a nice victory, and to bring home the 5th place finish with a win over Fishhook. And that's the conclusion of the game. Last ball, misfield, goes for 4, and the score goes to 49. Redden win the 5th place playoff. And now we move on to Kenridge versus Sun Valley in the first semi-final.
Congratulations.
To start the innings for Kenridge is Andre and Pierre, and Jaco with the shades, with the sunglasses, to bowl some off spin. He's into the attack to open up the bowling from the squash court's end. Scorers are ready, umpires are ready, batters ready. Sun Valley in the field. Kenridge will put the runs on the board. We'll conclude this game, and then we'll have the second semi-final. Yaku with the ball, runs in, bowls, cut away to the sweeper on the offside. Some good backing up. 1 run to the score. First run of the innings. Lots of flight. Cut away. Keeper's asking for it. 1 run added. 2 on the board. Yaku's asking for it. He wants the ball. He's feeling nice and confident. Coach making sure the fields are right on the boundary. Every run counts in the semi-final. Short, pulled away to the square leg region. Good fielding. Gets it in. Coach is happy. He's got the sunglasses on his hat because the cloud cover has come over a little bit here in the last few minutes. So he feels he doesn't need that shades right now. Cut away. But he's missed it. Another dot ball. 3. A nice start here for Sun Valley. They'll be happy with the start. No boundaries. Only a couple of singles. Coach is telling the mid on to warm up. He's on next. Goes through his bowling action. Some shadow bowling. Slow, slow, slow. With lots of flight. That's the way to go. We're just asking the rain clouds to stay away for the next half an hour at least. As they come over the mountain here. Good start to the first over. Only 3 on the board. 5 balls bowled. Off spinner at the top of his mark. He's looking to give it a bit of flight, I'm sure. Now he's gone flat and short, and it's put away. 4 runs, a much needed boundary from the Kindridge guys. This is their first boundary in the innings, and the bowler will be disappointed that he couldn't close out that over with a single or a dot. But that's cricket. He changed it up. He was bowling so well when he flighted it, and he bowled short, and the batsman put him away for 4. Lucas into the attack. Some more spin for Kindridge. So it's Tralba spin for them. Another spinner. No, he's medium pace. Apologies. Inside edge. Keeper goes to the stumps. It's only 1. Throws it to the bowler. Coach says, just hang on. Let's not be throwing that ball around. We don't want extra runs. Coach Stone there. Standing at the standing end of the umpires, of the 2 umpires. He's just held it back slightly. There's a few raindrops falling, but it's not enough to bring the players off the field. Back on strike again. Balls sounded solid. The whole oval heard that. Did it go for 4? Yes, it did. Unfortunately, he put in the dive, but the ball wins the race to the boundary. Short, pulled away to the leg side. Fielder, he's let it run away for 4. Another boundary to Kindridge. Another much needed boundary. And after the solid start, they've let a couple of boundaries through now. And Kindridge can feel that they're back in this game. After that back-to-back boundaries, they're going to look to close out the second over. The score moves on to 16 without loss, and this is the second over. Last ball of the over. Bowler bowls, and the keeper misses it, and that's valuable runs. It's 4 byes. Coach is not happy, shaking his head. Disappointed that the keeper missed it. It's 4 valuable runs to the total. Score moves on to 20 at the end of the second over, and just like that, their run rate has moved to 10 and over. Actually, there's 1 ball left. Apologies, 1 ball left. Pitched up, leg side, and it's 4 more. 4 more. 24 on the board. That concludes the second over. And that was a really good over for Kenridge. They've upped their run rate and they've now scoring at 12 and over. 24 at the end of the second over. Lelo into the attack to start the third over. Lelo running in. He runs in, bowls, inside edge, running back towards the square leg boundary. Fielder picks it up. They were looking for 2, but there's no 2 available there. 1 run. Coach just making sure his fielders are on the boundary. Lelo bowls. Good ball. Much needed dot ball. Very good dot ball. They'll be quite happy with that. They needed that dot ball. Third ball of the over. Lelo into the attack. Bowls. Hits the back leg. No. Not out, says the umpire. The Sun Valley supporters under the gazebo there. They like that. A round of applause there for Lelo. Dot ball that's needed. The Sun Valley supporters sitting under the gazebo closest to the cars in the car park in Children's Way here in Bergvliet. Lelo bowling again. Full toss. Pull towards the leg side. Square leg. Cleans it up. Throws it in. It's not a straight throw. They're looking with 2, but the backing up is there. And this is where cool heads prevail. In a pressure semi-final, you don't want to be throwing the ball around. You just want to make sure that you're backing up and you're not throwing the ball unnecessarily, as you don't want to give away any extra runs at all. Sun Valley will be happy. They pulled it back nicely. Lelo's bowled a good over. And as I say that, he's pulled away to the fine leg region for 4. And Kenridge needed that boundary. 4 runs to the total. The score moves on to 30 at the end of the over. Our second semi-final is going to be Bergvliet against Sweet Valley, and that will be only at the conclusion of this game. Lelo coming in, bowls, cut away, it's running down the hill there towards the Kenridge gazebo. Fielder comes around nicely. There's a miscommunication. Oh, the keeper didn't take off the bails. 2 runs, Kenridge to their total. There was a chance of a run out there. Keeper held on to the ball. 2 to the score. Score moves on to 32 at the conclusion of the third over. There's 2 overs to go. And Kenridge will really be looking to get 50 plus as a minimum for a target in the semi-final. And into the attack is Noah French, getting his field right there, getting Lelo to be on that mid of boundary, just making sure everybody's in the right positions. Noah French, here he comes, bowls, and it's a good ball, dot ball. Sun Valley like it, and it looks like the Valley teams are supporting each other, because Sweet Valley applauding that dot ball there by the Sun Valley bowler. So it looks like the Valley teams are backing each other. And it's another dot ball. Another round of applause from Sweet Valley players to the Sun Valley bowler. It's a Valley Union. Third ball. It's up in the air. Is it going all the way? Yes, it is. Goes all the way for 6. Clears the boundary successfully. 6 runs to the total. Moves the score on to 38. So Kenridge needed that maximum after a couple of dot balls. 38 is the score. Cut away. And And it's 1 run added to the total. 39. I think it's mine. Is the undertaker? Yes. It is mine. No, it is. Now I promise it is mine. Sorry there for that comms if you heard. 1 run added to needing a few big hits here to get into the game. Straight up. It's going to be short. 1 run only. Score moves on to 10 in the 4th over. Would like to apologize to our viewers that there was a break in the feed. We should be back online now. Just to recap on the score. The score is 11 for Sun Valley, chasing a target of 60. This is the 4th over. So once again apologize that we lost the feed there for a few minutes, but we're back online again. Andre bowling, cut away to the offside. There's a mix-up and he goes to the bowler's end. He probably should have gone keeper's end, but it's only 1 run to the total. 12 on the board. That's the end of the over, and mathematically it's really impossible for Sun Valley to get this total. So Kenridge is going to be the first team to put their name in the final of the Bergvliet Primary 6-a-side tournament for 2026. Kenridge is going to be there, and they'll play either Sweet Valley or their home hosts Bergvliet Primary. Final over of the 5 over innings. It's another dot ball. Thomas is the bowler, and he wants to close out this game for his team. 12 runs on the board for Sun Valley. Another dot ball. 4 balls to go. And to remind you, the second semi-final will take place immediately after this game. Sweet Valley won the toss. They elected to bowl, so Bergvliet will be in to bat. Another dot ball. It's going to be the same 2 batters, I believe. They've not been dismissed, Mr. KW. It's the same 2 that's batted both of the games. It's Mateo and Joshua Sass. And they're going to look to continue their form. Keeper misses it. Coach is saying you must be alert. He's going to have a go. It's going to be 1 run with a bye. Coach is saying stay in the game till the end. So it's going to be Kenridge that's going to move on to the final. Kenridge Primary. They're going to be the first team to book their place. Good connection and another wicket. 4 runs off the total. Quite convincing here for Kenridge. It's going to be a very, very big win for them, and they're going to feel very confident going into the final. They played really good cricket today. This should be the final ball. Another dot, and that concludes a convincing victory for Kenridge Primary by 51 runs over Sun Valley, and they book their place in the final. Well done, and congratulations to Kenridge Primary on reaching the final. Here we go, the start of the second semi-final. Sweet Valley won the toss, elected to bowl. Grayson will be starting proceedings, bowling to Mateo Keat. Grayson bowls, Mateo goes. The shots of catch it, bounces short, 1 run, and Bergvliet are underway. Mateo Keat, 1 run to the cover boundary. Joshua Sassman on strike now. Not Sassman, apologies. Joshua Sass on strike. Grayson to him. Short, good ball, good bounce from Grayson. Nice tall young man, gets good bounce, but Joshua played it nicely. Soft hands into the offside, and it's 1 run added to the total. 2 without loss. Third ball. Grayson, here he comes. Bowls, short. It's a good ball. Teo reaching for it there, but early on it. Tafi Eli making sure the fielders are in the correct position. Fourth ball. Grayson, here he comes. Bowls, inside edge. They've got a run hard here. Mateo, 1 run. Good start for Sweet Valley. They'll be happy with the start. 3 runs off the first 4 balls. Bergvliet will be looking for a boundary to close out this over. Grayson will be looking to get at least 1 dot in this last 2 balls to make sure that the first over is a good one for Sweet Valley. There Grayson comes again, top of his mark. Tall, bowls. Down leg, umpire says that's a boundary. It's as good as a boundary, I should say. Anything down leg in the short format, it's going to be wide. Wide is 4 runs, remember? Not an extra ball. The last ball of the first over. Inside edge, running down towards the fine leg region. Joshua gets 1, and I think Bergvliet will be happy with that. The last 2 balls went for 5. Concludes the first over, 9 without loss. Second over. Short. Pull towards the leg side region, and that's the first boundary for Bergvliet. Off the bats. Beats the mid-wicket fielder. Runs away towards the scoreboard. 4 runs to the total. Score goes to 12. And Joshua Sass with a nice boundary to start his innings. Short, pulled, but straight back to the bowler, and that's a valuable dot ball for Sweet Valley. Joshua goes back, tries to play a cut shot. Ball bounces more than he thought, and it goes over the outside edge, and it's another dot ball for Sweet Valley. They'll be quite happy with their start here. Short, pulled away to the leg side. That's going to be a maximum all the way for 6. Josh Sass pulling the ball to the leg side boundary, and it's a short ball from the bowler, and it's put away for a maximum, and that is a much needed boundary for Bergvliet Primary, batting first in the second semi-final of the Bergvliet 6-a-side tournament. Short again, pulled towards the mid-on boundary, only 1. Score moves on to 19 in the second over. Bowler now coming round the wicket to Mateo Keat, the left-hander. Mateo early on the shot, and it's a dot ball, and that concludes the second over. 19 without loss. Bergvliet Primary in the second semi-final. The winner of this game plays Kenridge Primary in the final. 19 without loss. New bowler for Sweet Valley is Lloyd into the attack. Some more spin we're going to see. And here Lloyd comes in. Now umpire just holds him up to make sure the field is correct. Here Lloyd comes. Bowling a bit of leg spin, looks like it. Pulled away to the leg side, and that's going to run away to the core media van for 4. A much needed boundary for Bergvliet Primary. Moves him on to 23. Joshua Sass back on strike, facing the leg spinner. Scored 23 without loss, and this is the second ball of the third over. Punch down the ground to mid-off. Good fielding. 1 run to the total. Score moves on to 24, brings the left-handed Mateo Keith on strike. He's going to look to go to the leg side boundary with the leg spinner turning the ball into him. He's going to look to go the net area. Does he go that way? Yes, he does. Does he find the gap? No, he doesn't. Fielder picks it up. 1 run to the total. Ones are good for Sweet Valley. They'll be happy with ones. Bergvliet looking for a few boundaries. Leg spinner bowls again. Played off the back foot. Chip. Only 1 run. And again, like I said, ones is very good for Sweet Valley. They'll be happy with the singles. They want to keep this total under 50 in a semi-final for them to chase. Mateo on strike. Goes leg side again. Only 1. Good fielding once again on that boundary. 1 ball to go in the third over. Bergvliet Primary 27 without loss. They need a boundary. Good bowling, good finish, good leg spin bowling by Lloyd. And that concludes the third over, 27 without loss. Bergvliet are looking now the last 2 overs to finish strong. As I said, to try and get that target of 50 as a minimum for their semi-final. So they'll be looking for a big over of at least 12 in this over. Looks like another spinner. Coming around the wicket to Mateo. Umpire just making sure. Yes, he is. Coming around the wicket. Short. It's the slow lack of pace that makes it so difficult for the batter to get the ball to the boundary. Spinner comes in again. Bowls. Pitches it up. Mateo goes leg side. Only 1. 28 without loss. 2 balls into the 4th over. They need a boundary or 2 in this over to put some pressure back on Sweet Valley. Josh off the back foot. It's going to run away down the hill. That's a much needed boundary. Takes the score to 32. Josh Shass with a much needed boundary for his team to make sure that Bergvliet stays in this contest and make sure they set the competitive total for Sweet Valley. Up in the air. It's going to fall short of the fielder. It's only going to be the 1. Score moves on to 33 without loss. And this is the 4th over. Mateo looking for a boundary. He goes leg side. He's going to find his boundary towards his teammates down the hill there. A much needed boundary for the Bergvliet team. Score moves on to 37 without loss. And there should be 1 ball left in the 4th over. They want to end this over well with at least 2, if not 4. Bowler runs in, bowls. He goes leg side to the mid-on fielder. Only the 1. Concludes the 4th over. Bergvliet, yes? No, it's an extra run. That run keeps Mateo Keith on strike. Takes the score to 40 at the start of the 5th over. They'll be looking for 10 as a minimum in this over for a 50 plus target. Mahir Kar into the attack. Plays for Victoria Cricket Club and Sweet Valley. Runs in, bowls to Josh. Tafri says that's a good ball. Josh is saying, are you sure, Mr. Umpire? Mahir runs in, bowls. Pulled away towards the fine leg. It is. Fielder running around. It's only going to be the one. Moving the score along to 41 with 4 balls to go in the 5th over. It's a 5-over game. 6-a-side cricket. 4 fielders in the outfield. 1 keeper, 1 bowler. 6-a-side. Short. And Mateo pulls it towards the leg side boundary. And the ball wins the race. A much needed boundary for Bergvliet Primary. Mateo Keat delivers in the final over. And Bergvliet's going to need 1 or 2 more in this final 3 balls to go over the boundary rope to make sure that their target is competitive. Score moves on to 45 without loss. Pitched up and it's caught and bowled straight back to the bowler. That's the first wicket that Bergvliet has lost today, and unfortunately Mateo Keat has to depart. 4 runs off the total, 41 now for 1 with the final 2 balls to go. Brings to the wicket the captain, Blake Jacobs. 2 balls to go. And Blake's got no time to have a look. He just has to have a go here and make sure he tries to get a boundary of the last 2 balls for his team as a minimum. 41 on the board. Mahir to Blake. And it's back of a length. And yes, they're going to take the single. He's going to have a go. And he misses. They don't take the extra run. 1 run to the total. 42 with 1 ball to go. Josh is going to look to take the momentum with his team. If he can get a boundary, he'll be happy. Off the back foot, chips the bowler. It's going to be 1 run added. Total moves on to 43. Means that Sweet Valley needs to score 44 to win the second semi-final, and Bergvliet will have to defend that 44 runs in their 5 overs. So we come to the business end of the six-a-side tournament here. The second semi-final, the second part of the innings. Sweet Valley needs to score 44 to win the second semi-final. Bergvliet are looking to defend that. And the bowler is going to be Mateo Keat from the squash court's end. Lloyd on strike. Mateo bowling to Lloyd. Short. Joshua.
Yes, Josh.
It's 4 runs. Given as a 4. He's put in a good dive. And Lloyd starts with a boundary. 4 runs to Sweet Valley. Mateo on Lloyd again. It's coming leg side. 1 bounce in front of the ropes. 4 runs again. And Lloyd is picked up on the short balls on the leg side. He gets under it nicely. And he pulls it towards the leg side boundary. And a very good start for Sweet Valley here. Chasing 44 to win. First 2 balls have gone to the boundary. Mateo in again. Bowls. Dot ball. Valuable. They need a few more of those. That's the 3rd ball in the first over. Bergvliet will be looking to strike the wicket early to put Sweet Valley under pressure, and more importantly, it's 4 runs you lose if you lose a wicket. Mateo in to Lloyd. Good ball again. He's come back nicely. 2 dot balls. 2 balls to go in the first over. Mateo Keat is ready again at the top of his mark. Runs in, bowls. Lloyd plays it to the offside. Running hard between the wickets. They're looking for 2. Mahir says no, only 1. Oh, sorry, Ayub. Apologies. Ayub says no, only 1. Ayub on strike for the final ball of the first over. Sweet Valley 9 without loss. Mateo to Ayub. Short cut away. It's going to run away to that boundary for 4. 4 runs to Sweet Valley. Very good start in the first over. 13 on the board. Chasing 44 to win. Kia now into the attack to bowl the second over for Bergvliet. And he's bowling to Lloyd. He's had a good start. Kian just making sure his laces are tied nicely. He's going to be bowling a little bit of spin. He's ready at the top of his mark. Kian comes in, bowls. And it's cut away. It's going to run down the hill there. Mateo with good fielding. Comes back for 2. Nice, good running between the wickets from Lloyd and Ayub. 2 runs to the total, 15 without loss. Kian comes in, bowls, gives it a bit of flight. It's pulled away to the leg side. Call is yes, and it's 1 run added to the score. Kian in again, 3rd ball of the second over. Bowls, gives it a bit of loop. That's what works. If you give it a bit of flight and you take the pace off, it's really hard for the boys to send it to the boundary. So it's a bit of flight and a bit of. He's done it again. He's floated up, but this time Ayub reads it and he goes on the inside and he pulls it towards the leg side boundary, and that's a 4 to Sweet Valley. 4 runs to the total. Score moves on to 20 in the second over. Kian is ready again. Runs in. Ayub just says, I'm not ready. I'm just making sure the field is right. Yes, there's 4 fielders plus the keeper and the bowler. 6-a-side game. is just make sure he knows where every fielder is, where his boundary option is. Kian, leg side, and it's going to run down the hill there. Joshua's going to chase hard. They're going to come back for at least 2, which means then that it's 6 runs added to the total because the wide is 4, and the score then is going to move on to 28. 26, sorry, not 28, 26 without loss. Kian again, gives it a bit of flight. Batter takes it over the extra cover region and it goes all the way for a maximum. Tipu with a good shot over extra cover and it goes for a maximum. And that concludes the second over. Sweet Valley 32 without loss. And Captain Blake Jacobs is going to need to deliver for his team a good over to bring them back into this contest. 12 to win, but it's not over because remember, a wicket is -4. So Bergvliet needs to stay in the game and take the opportunity when it comes. Blake Jacobs with a little bit of drizzles, not enough to take the boys off the field. It's making sure his field is right. Bowls a bit of leg spin, Blake. On the top of his mark, here he comes. Bowls, good flight. Top edge, it's going to be short, but Joshua gets to it quickly. 1 run to the total. Lloyd not happy, he wanted a cleaner connection. And it brings Tipu on strike. Blake at the top of his mark. He needs a wicket for his team. Cut away. It's going to run down that hill. It's going to be a teaser. Mateo gets there. Good arm, good throw, good fielding. 2 runs added to the score. Two runs added. And Tipu sends it for a maximum. Pitched up by Blake Jacobs. And Tipu took the invitation and sent him downtown. And that's a maximum. 6 to Sweet Valley. Score moves on to 41. Blake again gives it a bit of flight. Tries to run it down. No contact. Cole gets it successfully. Blake looking to finish the over strong. He needs a wicket. His team needs a wicket to stay in this contest. Gives it some more flight. Played away to the leg side boundary. Only one fielding on that boundary. 1 run to the total. 42 without loss. Sweet Valley. And this is going to conclude the third over. 1 run added to the total. And Sweet Valley move on to 43 without loss. 2 overs to go. And Bergvliet really needs a wicket to get back into this contest. Joshua being entrusted with a big 4th over. He needs a wicket to bring his team back into this contest. Here he comes into Lloyd. Bowls. And Lloyd gets bat onto it and it's going to run away down to the core media van and it's going to be another boundary for Sweet Valley. 4 runs to the total. Score moves on to 47 without loss. Joshua again at the top of his mark. Runs in, bowls off the back foot. Well played by Lloyd. Plays well off the back foot. Mateo goes to the bowler's end and it's 1 run added to the total. 48. Brings Tipu on strike. Short and cut away. It's going to run away to the Kenridge gazebo. And it's 4 more runs to the total. Sweet Valley move on to 52 without loss. One run added, 53. 2 balls to go in the 4th over. Bergvliet need a couple of wickets, or Sweet Valley will be very comfortable. Sensible cricket wins them the game. Short, and he plays it so well off the back foot. He runs it down to the 3rd man boundary. 4 more runs to Lloyd. He's really been composed. He's used the pace of the bowler, played behind the wicket nicely on the leg side and the offside, and that's another boundary to the total. Encouragement from the side for the Bergvliet boys. Keep their heads up. Short ball again, pulled away to the leg side. Blake is going to do some good work around the fence, and he's going to keep it down to 1 run. Score moves on to 58. The start of the last over. Kenridge boys taking a warm-up lap around the field as they get ready for the final. The last over is going to be bowled from Zarfi Ludovics, and he's going to be bowling to Lloyd. He's been quite superb with the bat, Lloyd. He's going to want to see it out here for his team. He's been good behind the wicket on the offside and the leg side. Zarfi bowls short, and he cuts it again down to that 3rd man region. At least 2 is the call. No, it's only 1. 1 run to the total. Five balls to go in the final over. Short, pulled away. Blake takes the catch. Good catch by Blake Jacobs on the boundary. Score moves back to 55. And Bergvliet needs another 2 wickets at least to be back in the contest. Brings to the wicket Mahir Kar. Zafi Ludovics to Mahir Kar. Bergvliet needs another wicket, at least another 2 to stay in the contest. 2 wickets will take the score -8 and will take them to 43. So they need another 2 wickets. Stranger things have happened in the game. Let's see, what can Zafi do? Runs in, bowls. Good ball. There's 2 balls to go. They need basically 2 wickets to secure their place. They need a wicket now. 2 balls to go in the contest. Decides to come around the wicket, change the angle a bit. Here he comes. Bowls. Short, pulled away to the leg side, and that's going all the way for 6. Mahir Kar, very strong on the short ball, goes all the way for 6. And that concludes the game. Sweet Valley progressed to the final. Very good victory for them. They win by 5 wickets, and they'll take Kenridge on in the final. A good tournament for Bergvliet Primary. But comes to conclusion. Congratulations, Sweet Valley, on your victory.
Kenridge will be batting first, and Sweet Valley's going to be bowling. So those teams can get their teams ready.
And that's news from the toss. Kenridge have won the toss, and they decided to have a bat. Kenridge will be batting against Sweet Valley in the final of the Bergvliet Primary 6-a-side tournament for 2026. Good luck to the 2 teams. as they play in the final match of the day, the six-a-side tournament. Sweet Valley in the field. Cambridge will be batting in the final of the six-a-side tournament. And here we are in the final of the Bergvliet Primary School six-a-side tournament. Andre and Pierre are going to be batting for Bergvliet. Andre will be facing for Kendridge, sorry, apologies. Andre will be facing Grayson, and Grayson will be opening the bowling. The tall seamer will be coming in from the squash court in. Here he comes, bowls to Andre, short, and his appeal for caught behind. Umpire says no, inside of his shorts it hit, and that's more importantly, it's a dot ball to start proceeding. So very good start for Grayson. He's back of a length, and it's difficult to get under that. And he bowls again, short this time, and he's really up for it. He follows through all the way to the keeper's end to make sure that there's a chance for a run out. He follows all the way with his follow through. So good start by Grayson. Really, really superb. Brings Pierre on strike as the bails get blown off. Gives the umpire something to do. He runs from the square leg just to make sure it's right. They're telling the Sweet Valley boys to sit down, not to confuse things, as they might be seeing as an extra fielder. Grayson, tall seamer, on the top of his mark. To Pierre. Pierre on strike. Grayson runs in. Bowls. Full toss. Punch down the ground. Work to do. And Lloyd misses it, unfortunately. 4 runs to Kenridge. And Lloyd is disappointed, but a very good shot. 4 runs away to the boundary. Down leg, and it's a wide. 4 runs to the total. Score moves on to 9 in the first over. This is the final of the Bergvliet Primary 6-a-side tournament. Sweet Valley versus Kenridge. Grayson's the bowler. Runs in, bowls short, cut away to the third man region. It's going to roll away to the boundary for 4. 13 on the board. Very good start here for Kenridge. They won the toss and they said scoreboard pressure. They're going to put the runs on the board and put Sweet Valley under pressure in the final. Last ball of the first over. Grayson to Pierre. Pierre on strike. Grayson the bowler. Bowls short, cut away to the offside. Fielder will come around. There's a fumble. They don't take him on. 1 run to the total. Good start by Kenridge. They'll be happy with that. 14 without loss after the first over. It's a 5-over game where, a reminder, wides and nobles of 4 runs. And there's a free hit that's in play, but the wide and nobles is not an extra ball. It is, however, 4 runs. Umpire Tafir Eli being a gentleman here, assisting the opposition player by tying his shoelaces. Pierre says, thank you very much for assisting in tying my shoelaces. Change your bowling, a new bowler. Michael into the attack. He's bowling to Pierre. Michael runs in, bowls. It's wide, but the umpire says it's good. It's inside the line. Pierre's like, okay, I'm staying calm, staying in the game, staying in the moment. Here he comes again. Full, punched away to the offside. Grayson with the fielding. 1 run added to the total. Bowler will be happy with that. Michael, if he gets out of the over with 1 every ball, he'll be quite happy. Michael comes in again, bowls. Good ball. Better zip on the wicket here late in the afternoon. That little bit of rain has just juiced up the wicket a little. It's skidding through, coming through nicely now. So if you've got a bit of pace on you, it's going to skid through and it's going to be difficult to play. There is same example again. Ball keeping a bit low, skidding through on the surface, and another dot ball. Sweet Valley will be very happy with this over thus far from Michael. Michael comes in again, bowls short this time, cut away on the back foot. Work to do for Grayson on the boundary. He picks it up successfully and gets it into the bowler. 1 run added to the total. Score moves on to 16 in the second over. Michael short, cut away again. Work to do for Lloyd there. This time he picks it up cleanly. 1 run to the total. Very, very good over. Comes to an end. 17 Kenridge at the conclusion of 2 overs. And it brings Lloyd into the attack, will be bowling his leg spinners. Batter ready. Fielders are ready. Lloyd in with a bit of leg spin. Bowls. Lots of flight, and he cleans him up above the eye line. He cleans him up, clean bowled. Typical leg spinner delivery. Pitching on middle stump and hitting off. And that takes care of the first wicket of the day in the Kendridge innings. Strike there from Lloyd with his leg spinners. Really good start by him. New batter Eli takes his guard. Lloyd is ready. 5 balls to go. He struck with his very first delivery. Gave it a bit of flight. Again, cut off the back foot. Picked out Grayson there. 1 run added to the total. Very good start here from Sweet Valley. Really, really good start. Lloyd. Here he comes. 3rd ball in the 3rd over. Bit of flight, lots of flight, not a bit, lots and lots of flight. And he stands and he puts his hand on his chin and he says, I've got you, that ball. It went above your eye line. Pitched and turned. Really, really good bowling from Lloyd. Here he comes, 4th ball of the over. Bowls, short cutaway to the offside boundary, and Grayson is going to charge in. And it's only going to be 1. Those long legs get to the ball quickly. And there's only 1 available there. 2 balls to go in the 3rd over. Here he comes. Lloyd. Lots and lots of flight. Punch down the ground to Mahir Kar. Eli, only 1 run to the total. Sweet Valley in complete control of this game at this point in time. The last ball of the 3rd over. 16 for 1. And he's looking very, very good for Sweet Valley Primary. Bowled. Short. Oh, and he's missed it. And Lloyd strikes again in the final. That's his 2nd wicket in the over. And that's 4 runs off the score. 12 for 2 at the conclusion of the 3rd over. Sweet Valley in full control of this final. New bowler into the attack, another spinner. All spin here for Sweet Valley. Ben into the attack, another spinner for Sweet Valley. This is the 4th over. Here he comes. Bowls. Short. Off the back foot to Mahir. Only the 1 run. Good start by the spin bowler. Ben into the attack for Sweet Valley. 3rd ball of the 4th over. Ben comes in, lots of flight, down the ground, all the way for a maximum, much needed boundary, and 6 of them to Kenridge, clears the boundary. Score goes to 19. Short off the back foot, picks out the fielder, and he takes the catch. Another wicket to the spinner. That's 3 wickets that they've lost to spin bowling in this game. Sweet Valley spinners doing the job here for their team, and that's 4 runs off the total. Score moves back to 15. The spinners are doing the job here for Sweet Valley. Coach Tafirila will be very happy with what he sees here from his spinners. Grayson started out nicely with his medium pace, then Michael, then Lloyd, and now Ben. All have bowled superbly. Again, some more flight, work to do for Grayson. He gets there first. It's only 1 to the total. 16 for the loss of 3. Kenridge Primary in the final of the six-a-side tournament, hosted at Bergvliet Primary. Here he goes again. It's pitched up. Only going to be one. Only one run to the total. 17 is the score. That concludes a successful over. And Mahir Kar is going to bowl the last over in the six-a-side. And there's a lot of support down there at the nets from the Sweet Valley parents. I want him to close out this game, this innings, with a good, successful over. Mahir to Eli. Final over of Kenridge's innings. Mahir comes in, bowls, and it's pitched up. It's a dot ball. The parents are quite happy with that. There's a round of applause to that dot ball. Sweet Valley in full control of this final at this point in time. Punched away on the offside. Work to do for Grayson. He picks it up cleanly. One run to the total. Mahir applauds him and says, "You're doing well. There's 4 more balls. I need you to stay alert. Any ball could come your way." Mahir comes in again. Bowls. Short cutaway. That one, the ball might win the race there. Too much work to do for Grayson. Runs away for 4. A much needed boundary for Kenridge. Score moves on to 22 for the loss of 3 in the final of the Bergvliet Primary six-a-side tournament. Mahir Kar, the bowler. 3 balls to go for Kenridge. Pitched up. Punched down the ground. Only the one. They're looking for 2. Sent back. Only the one. Score moves on to 23. With 2 balls to go, I believe, in this over and in this innings. That's a good ball. Dot ball. Mahir applauds. He's quite happy with that. 1 ball to conclude. Eli needs a boundary to give his team something to defend. Mahir Kar comes in. Last ball of the over. Up in the air. Is someone going to get it? Ball is safe. The spin. They're coming back for 2. He might be out. More importantly, it's 4 runs off the total. And that concludes the Kenridge innings. Sweet Valley will be very happy with that performance in the field. And we're looking to conclude that innings 21 to win in the final of the Bergvliet Primary six-a-side tournament. And here we are, the final innings of the Bergvliet Primary six-a-side tournament. Lloyd and Tipu coming to the wicket for Sweet Valley Primary, my apologies. In the final, Sweet Valley versus Kenridge, 21 to win. And Sweet Valley will be backing themselves to chase this small total and win another Bergvliet Primary six-a-side tournament. The Bergvliet six-a-side Big Bash tournament. And we're underway. Kenridge, bowler at the top of his mark. He's starting out with a bit of spin. Lloyd on strike. And Ruan is the bowler. He's going to come with his spinners. And it's a short ball, pulled to the leg side boundary. And good work done by the square leg fielder. And as mentioned, Kenridge has been really, really good in the field today. They've been very good. Their discipline in the field and their backing up has been superb. Good ball, Ruan. Dot ball to Tipu. Second ball of the first over. 21 to win. And Kenridge will be wanting to bowl a few dots to hold a bit of pressure. Short, pulled away, all the way for 6. And Tipu gets the first maximum for his school in the final. Taking down the total, looking to go hard up front. Evan Jacobs is finding it quite amusing. Dot ball, dot ball, the fourth ball of the over. 2 balls to go. Solid start from Sweet Valley. Down the ground, work to be done. He's fielded nicely there. Only 1 to the offside boundary. Score moves on to 9 in the first over. And Lloyd back on strike. Ruan the bowler. Dot ball. There was an appeal from the keeper. Umpire says not out. That should conclude the first over, or is there 1 ball to go? There's 1 ball to go. Over. Now umpire says over up. And they swap ends. Tipu now is on strike for the start of the second over. Second over, Eli. Good Yorker to start with. Punch down the ground. Work to be done on the mid of boundary. Cuts it off. Are you looking for 2? No. Turn down. 1 run. Eli really needs to strike. Punched away through the offside. Work to be done. Looking for 2. Hits the wickets, deflects it. All part of the game. All part of the game. The deflection brings the extra run. 2 to the scoreboard. Score moves on to 11. Eli needs a wicket for his team, Kenridge Primary, to get them in the contest. Oh, he's beaten everybody. Beaten the stumps. Beaten the keeper. And unfortunately, it goes away to the boundary. He's really got a bit of pace, Eli, the young man, and he's disappointed. It could have been centimetre either way. It would have been clean bowled, but that's the game. Fine margins, and it's 4 byes. Eli again runs in. Again, very quick. There was a bit of bat or a bit of leg byes maybe. They come back for 2. He's in trouble. Oh no! Keeper broke the stumps without the ball. Keeper broke the stumps without the ball, and they get away with 2 extras. All the luck going Sweet Valley's way. The extras, the overthrows, the ball hitting the stumps. Keeper now breaks the stumps without the ball, and the fine margins all go in the way of Sweet Valley this afternoon. Lloyd back on strike. Lloyd plays it over to the leg side and takes 1 over. I got a guy with him. He's played many first team games for St. Augustine's. His boy is the captain of Bergvliet Primary, Evan Jacobs. Short boy, Tipu through to the offside. 1 run added to the score. Score moves on to 20 without loss at the conclusion of the second over. All Sweet Valley at this point in time. They need a wicket or two to bring them back into this game. Good ball. Dot ball. New bowler into the attack. Joshua into the attack here for Kenridge. He needs a wicket for his team. Tipu on strike. Punched away to the offside. Eli fumbles. And it's 1 run added to the total. Really been a good day for Kenridge. They shouldn't be disappointed. They should finish strong. Was a bit of fancy footwork there from Lloyd. At Sweet Valley has also been very consistent since they started this morning. 2 teams in the final here. Can only be 1 winner. But the boys will take away from this tournament some valuable tips and experiences. He has a go. Oof. And that's going to be overthrows. No, it's not. Backed up. And Lloyd, a risky player, runs well between the wickets as well. Bowled also some decent leg spinners. He's been really, really good. And there we go, Tipu running it down to the 3rd man boundary. They're playing sensible cricket. Coach Stafford will be very, very happy. It's ticking the scoreboard over. Every single run is a run closer to that trophy that they will win for the 3rd time, I believe, since the inception of the tournament. No run. And not worth losing that 4 runs for the silly run out at this stage. They're in complete control. 21 without loss. 2 overs to go. Sweet Valley, it's in their grasp if they play sensible cricket in the final 12 balls. Andre into the attack. Cut away. Fumble. Good hand. A good hand to stop the boundary. Our co-commentator Evan Jacobs said it's not a fumble, it's a good hand. I'll probably agree with him. A bit harsh there on the young man. Eli, I apologize to you. A good hand to save a boundary. Andre back at the top of his mark. Bowls. The wristy Lloyd runs it down to 3rd man, and that's all his game. He just scores his runs behind the wicket. Plays the late cut, plays the sweep very well, plays the short ball well. Short in stature, but a very rusty player. Andre back on strike again with the ball, runs in to Tipu. Slow. Tipu gets under it. It's coming towards the swimming pool, and it just bounces short. It's a maximum, and Sweet Valley are that 1 hit closer to picking up this trophy, the Big Bash 6-a-side trophy, for the 3rd time, in full control of this final. Sweet Valley. Tipu off the back foot, cuts it away. Ball's going to win the race. 4 runs. It's a solid connection. That DP bat sounding superb. Ball hitting the bat nicely there, making a good sound for the few supporters that have remained the day at Bergvliet Primary. Short again, cuts away again, puts in the dive, cuts it down to 1. Score moves on to 34, 35 as it ticks over by 1. And this is the 4th over. It's very, very slow. The rusty Lloyd runs it down again, and he runs well between the wickets. He's going to be in trouble, I reckon. He's safe. Better throw, maybe he would have been in trouble. But 2 runs added to the score. Score moves on to 37 without loss in the final. The final 6 balls, barring 4 or 5 wickets in this over. Sweet Valley is going to take the trophy home. The supporters are getting ready. Some applause. They're getting ready to come and join the presentation party here by the clubhouse end, by the tuck shop end. Nicely played. Turn down the single. He has a go. He says, nope, we're not going to risk a run out here. If it means I must play out this over by blocking, I'll do that. They are in full control, Sweet Valley, and they're going to win this annual Bergvliet Primary 6-a-side. Tipu punches it again. He says, no, it's not worth it. I'll take a dot. No problem. Third ball of the over. Short, pulled. That's in the swimming pool. We waited all day for the ball to land in the swimming pool. And Tipu says, yes, the final over of the final game. I'll put the ball in the swimming pool. And that's one less ball to the Bergvliet Primary stock of balls. He puts it away. We waited all day for the ball to end up in the swimming pool. Short again, pulled here to Mr. KW, another one. And that's all she wrote. Tipu finishing here with a flurry, entertaining the crowd here who stayed the day. He wants to hit a couple of boundaries just to entertain us. And now Tipu shows us his full array of shots for defense. Last ball of the day and of the innings. A successful day at Bergvliet Primary. Tournament won by Sweet Valley Primary. They really played well today. Congratulations, Sweet Valley Primary, on winning the Bergvliet Primary 6-a-side tournament. Congratulations to all the schools who participated. Kenridge, the losing finalist. Bergvliet, as well as Sun Valley, who played the semi-finalist. And then also Fishhook and Redham to conclude the 6 teams that participated today. Really been superb. Core media as well for good coverage of the day. So congratulations, Sweet Valley Primary, on your win.
Join us by the table here. Those Bergvliet boys in the nets, please come join us. Cole, tell them to come, please. Boys, hurry up, please, Cole. Quickly, please.
We're just waiting for the last few. First of all, thank you to all the parents who came out today. Thanks for your support. Thanks for coming to support what is quite a long-standing event with us. We have started on 12-1 quite successfully as well. But thanks to all the parents who came out. Thanks to the coaches who came out, gave it up your time. Thank you to Core Media for streaming it. I believe it was quite a successful event. Thank you to Mr. Hill, our principal, for his support and encouragement. And we're just going to give some results based on today. We'll call the second team up and the first team up. But in third place was Bergvliet Primary School, based on the table where they ended. So let's give them a round of applause. And in second place, we're going to take a photo of you and Core Media sign of Mr. Hill, please. In second place is Kenridge. If you guys can come up and shake your hands, please. Shay, can you take a photo? Just stand behind the... Let's give Kenridge another big round of applause. Well done to them. And if I can just ask those parents just to move slightly out the way for the camera. And in first place, if we could please welcome Sweet Valley and their coaches up to receive the trophy. In first place, welcome Sweet Valley. Well done, Sweet Valley. I did ask Mr. Eli to fetch the trophy. He didn't have to. Could have just left it in his office, but anyway. Once again, to all the parents, thank you for coming out. To the Kenridge parents, if they are here anywhere, but thanks for driving out all the way. I know it's a long way, but thanks a lot. Drive safe. I hope you have a good weekend going forward, and good luck to all those teams playing tomorrow. Thank you very much.